As Vice Chair, I'm standing in for Councillor Helen Green. I'd like to welcome members of the public, colleagues and officers to this meeting. I'm chairing tonight's meeting, and to manage the business as efficiently as possible, I will invite people to speak one at a time to ensure their contributions are properly heard. Therefore, please do not speak unless invited to do so by me. Thank you in advance for your assistance. Fire evacuation procedure. On hearing the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately using the nearest available exits, which are there and here. Do not under any circumstances use the lift. The fire assembly point is in the civic car park next to the roundabout. You should not attempt to re-enter the building until it's safe to do so. Can I ask you all to please ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or placed on silent? Members of the committee, visiting members and members of the public, please be aware that our planning committee meetings are always webcast live, so any contributions you make will be broadcast. Please remember to use your microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you have finished. This is very important for the webcast because the camera will move to the next speaker. You only need to press the black button once each time to turn on and off. Thank you in advance. Item 1 of the agenda, membership. Councillor Chris Myers has replaced Councillor Helen Green, and Councillor Reynolds Georgiou has replaced Councillor Linda Smith as members of the committee for this evening. Agenda item 2, communications and apologies. Members, where a roll call or recorded vote is requested, we will do so with the general members first, then the member representing the ward the application is located in, and I will vote last and exercise an additional casting vote when required. Visiting members, community advocates, thank you for being present this evening. Please make sure that you alert the chair when you're leaving or re-entering the meeting so that a note can be made for the minutes. Officers have tabled papers detailing additional information and or late letters of representation that have been received in relation to the applications to be considered tonight. Copies have been circulated to members and made available to members of the public present. Do all committees members have a copy? Good. Apologies. Are there any apologies? I've received apologies for absence from Councillor Helen Green and Councillor Linda Smith. Is there any other apologies? Councillor Sussman?
Councillor Morris has sent his apologies as well. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. We'll make a note of that. Agenda, item 3 of the agenda is declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in connection with this evening's agenda? I'll take Councillor Sussman first.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to declare that I have an other registerable interest in relation to the Community Hub application 25/1229/FUL, the land off Andrew Close, Shenley, because I am a member of Shenley Parish Council. I intend to speak on the item as a community advocate, and therefore I will not be taking part in the decision making on the item and will be leaving the meeting after I have finished speaking. I also wish to declare a pecuniary interest in application 25/1309/FUL, 20 Andrew Close, Shenley, as this is an application I've personally submitted and therefore will stay out of the room until this has been determined. Thank you.
Thank you. You're certainly going to be getting your steps in this evening, up and down, in and out. Councillor Brisky.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In relation to item 5A, as you are aware, this planning committee expanded 2 months ago, and that allowed me to join this committee. However, prior to that, I had publicly expressed opposition to item 5A and had said that I would oppose the application. And therefore it could be perceived that I'm predetermined or that I'm biased against the application, and therefore to avoid any possibility that my determination could undermine any refusal of the application, I would not be voting on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Brisky, and just for the minutes, it was your group leader that nominated you to that seat on this committee, not myself. And anybody else have any declaration to make? Councillor Allen.
Yes, also 5A, I have a pecuniary interest and I am a consultee on the Stratford Road application, so I shall recuse myself.
Thank you very much. Is there anything from anybody else? No? Moving on. Agenda item 4, minutes. The minutes of the meeting held on the 23rd of October are included in the agenda papers. Can these minutes be confirmed as a true record and signed after the meeting? Agreed? Agenda item 5, planning applications. As the papers for this meeting have been published and provided to members of this committee 5 working days in advance, and the meeting has been enabled members to clarify any technical issues has been held prior to this meeting, I will proceed on the basis that members are well informed about the applications before us, having received and read the reports. For each application, it is custom and practice here at Hertsmere for one member of the public to be permitted to speak against the application and for one member of the public to speak in support. Where there are 2 speakers for an application, the person wishing to speak against the application will speak first. Councillors who are not members of the committee may also speak in their role as community advocates or on behalf of residents if they have registered to do so. Are there any councillors present who wish to speak in respect to applications this evening? I already have Councillor Alexander on item 5A, Councillor Lucy Selby on agenda item 5B, and Councillor Sussman on agenda item 5C. Is there any more community advocates in the room? No? Members, may I remind you that any requests for amendments, deferrals or refusals must make clear the material planning considerations for the minutes. So agenda 5A, which is 25117 FUL, land at 71 to 93 Stratfield Road, Boreham Wood. Will those who are vacating the room please leave now, and then I'll pass over to Alexia to present. Thank you, Alexia.
Thank you, Chair. The application is land at 71 to 93 Stratfield Road, and this is the application site outlined in red. The proposal relates to the erection of a 3-storey infill apartment block comprising of 5 flats with landscaping, refuse and cycle stores, reconfigured car park and other associated works. Following the publication of the update sheet, I just wanted to add some additional updates regarding the proposed conditions. Removal of condition 11 regarding the provision of additional details relating to the refuse store. As I said in the update sheet, that information has been provided and the waste officers have confirmed that it's sufficient, so the plan will be included in condition 2 with plans recommended for the approval. And an addition of a condition regarding solar panels to provide additional details prior to any development above damp-proof course in order to maximise the capacity of the roof slopes in relation to solar panels. So these are some site photos indicating the existing flats on Stratfield Road. The existing site comprises of 3 apartment blocks which are 1970s constructions. The materiality is mainly mix of red brickwork and render. And here are some views of the surrounding area, looking into Oddly Close and going around the perimeter of the site. The application is a revision from a previously refused application. The refused scheme comprised of 7 flats and 6 terraced dwellings. You can see the arrangement of the site in the plan. The previous proposal included 6 1-bed apartments and 1 3-bed. That were serviced by a lift and were provided with private amenity spaces, as well as 5 3-bed and 1 4-bed dwellings as a terraced row. The proposal included detailed landscape proposals, as the amenity space currently comprises of grassland, and the previous application was also provided with rationalised refuse stores, as well as increasing the parking provision by 2. Officers had recommended the approval of the planning application, the July 2024 committee. However, the committee members overturned the recommendation and refused the application on character and appearance, impact on residential amenity through the loss of part of the amenity space, and on lack of parking provision. The committee's reasons for refusal are set out in full in paragraph 4 of the committee report. The applicant appealed the council's decision and the planning inspector dismissed the appeal. The appeal decision is provided in full as Appendix 1 in the agenda. It is noted that the inspector considered that the bulk and massing of the apartment block and the loss of the amenity space were the main reasons for the appeal being dismissed, while the lack of parking provision was not considered to be a concern, as the site is located in a sustainable location close to local amenities. Based on the inspector's comments, a revised application was submitted, removing the proposed terraced houses and reducing the number of apartments, making amendments to the design of the proposed scheme. So the revised application has entirely removed the row of terraced dwellings and would no longer impact the amenity space of existing occupiers. And the footprint of the apartment block also has been reduced, resulting in the reduction of the bulk of the building. The proposal now comprises of 4 one-bed flats and 1 two-bed flat. The elevations have been revised to reduce the height of the building and create additional separation between existing and proposed blocks, and the overall design and materiality have also been revised to be in keeping with the existing apartments. The proposed materials are illustrated within the submitted documents accompanying the application, and a view of the proposed apartment block on the approach from Stratfield Road is provided as CGI images. For the assessment of the proposal, the principle of the development is considered in accordance with paragraph 11 of the NPPF, which states the presumption in favour of sustainable development, and permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. It is further noted that the NPPF also supports the use of underutilised land, especially if this would help to meet identified needs for housing where land supply is constrained and available sites could be used more effectively. SADM 3 sets out that developments should respect the scale and design of the immediate surrounding areas and should not result in tandem development, which this is not. Therefore, looking at the Council's 5-year housing land supply, the Council's policies are out of date. There's been a few recent appeals in terms of the Council's housing land position, and therefore the presumption in favour of sustainable development would apply, and permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, which is discussed in the planning balance. The proposal would also promote and support the use of underutilised land and would contribute in meeting the identified housing need. In terms of the impact on visual amenity, the revisions have focused on the reduction of the bulk. In terms of the height, the existing buildings are 9.3 metres and the proposal is 10.7. The previous scheme comprised of a 13.3 metre building, so there has been a substantial reduction in the height. There has been increased separation between the buildings, and there has been a reduction in the overall footprint, which also resulted in reduction of the bulk of the building. And there's been an amendment to the architectural approach of the apartments. The planning inspector noted that the proposal would introduce visual interests, where at present the existing block only presents blank gable walls at the point of the corner. In terms of the impact on residential amenity, where the internal layout and residential amenity for the proposed dwellings is concerned, the spaces would achieve the technical housing standards for space standards, and there is external amenity provided for each of the flats. In terms of the impact on existing residential properties, there is no loss of daylight or sunlight, and the separation distances in terms of overlooking and loss of privacy are in excess of their requirements, and the assessment is in paragraph 9.34 and 9.35. The planning inspector didn't raise any concerns in terms of the daylight, privacy and outlook, and there is now no impact on communal amenity as the block of terraces has been removed. The existing provision for parking is 7 informal spaces for 31 flats. There is some areas of CPZ on Stratfield Road, and the existing residents are able to apply for parking permits, but the new residents would not be issued any parking permits for residents or visitors. The proposal rationalises the existing parking area and creates 9 parking spaces in total. and is also able to provide a disabled parking space. Highways have not raised any concerns regarding safety, and the proposal has been put forward as a car-free development. The site is in a sustainable location in close proximity to bus stops and the train station, as well as shopping amenities. And there would be a provision of 6 spaces for the new development within the cycle store. In terms of other considerations, a summary is provided. In terms of the housing mix, there is 5 market dwellings, and the proposal does not require the provision of affordable housing, as it does not meet the 10 dwelling threshold. There is no adverse ecological impacts, and B&G would be achieved through the purchase of off-site units. And there are some landscape enhancements and tree planting proposed as part of the development. Ecology comments were received on the 4th of November, following the publication of the report, and no objection has been raised. In terms of the waste storage of the flats, there would be a provision of the waste storage for 1 to 11 Stratfield Road, as well as the new apartments. As the updated sheet notes, there has been confirmation from our street scene services that the proposal would be sufficient. The site is in flood zone 1, and there is no surface water flooding, so there is no flood risk associated with the proposal. And in terms of climate change, the climate change and energy statement has been submitted alongside the application, and the approach to the fabric has been considered appropriate by our climate change officer. However, it was recommended that additional solar panels could be accommodated on the roof, and therefore a condition has been recommended for that. The proposal would not result in harm that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of housing provision considered against the Council's lack of 5-year housing land supply, and the concerns raised within the planning appeal have been addressed through the application. There is a presumption in favour of sustainable development, which is engaged for the proposal, and therefore officers recommend that permission is granted subject to conditions. And these are the CGIs for the proposed development on the approach from Audley Close looking north, and the approach from Stratfield Road looking west. And the view from the rear garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexia. We have speakers, so please listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. It is the black button to speak, and I'd like to invite Mrs. Julie Hoy to speak against the application. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. Whilst it is recognised that this proposal was an improvement on the previous application, it still presents several significant concerns, and as such our community continues to object to this attempt to squeeze this overbearing block of flats onto this pleasant green area, destroying the existing street scene and creating a loss of privacy for existing residents. These flats will be built only 1.5 metres away from the back of the existing public pavement, and therefore provide an unobstructed view into our neighbours' houses onto Stratfield Road, a situation which is not only reprehensible but completely contradictory to the specifications of SADM 30, where it is stated that any building should have limited impact on its neighbours, including in terms of outlook, privacy, light, nuisance and pollution. Once the addition of the disproportionately large balconies is also considered, it can be seen that the impact on the existing street scene would be massive. Continuing to want to site the flats in this location does nothing to address the planning inspector's report regarding entirely filling the space between the existing blocks of flats, something which this plan does, other than on the top floor. The report stated that this space provides a visual relief and allows views from the front to the rear. The inspector also noted that attaching the flats to neighbouring blocks would be harmful to the character and appearance of the area. Building these flats on this site not only makes it hugely overdeveloped, but generates a claustrophobic feel for the entire vicinity. The development of 5 flats is completely at odds with Hertsmere's local plan, which specifies the need for larger family homes, something that these flats would not supply, given that one of them is actually only a studio. Boreham Wood is already saturated with smaller flats, so we would question the needs for these 5 and the impact that they would make to that. Once again, the new development fails to address the parking issue that already exists within our locality. It only provides a further 2 spaces within an area where a CPZ is in place. Given that none of the new residents would be eligible to apply for parking permits, this still raises deep concerns surrounding the increase in parking congestion within our proximity. In short, our community believe that this development continues to fail to deliver the high-quality, beautiful buildings specified, does not address the planning inspector's statements regarding the scale, mass and siting of the development, and would only provide a cramped site out of keeping with existing character and appearance of the area, whilst offering a tiny number of dwellings whose impact on the surrounding neighbourhood would be immense. Once again, this is a totally inappropriate development for this site.
Thank you very much. Can I please now ask Max Plotnick, the applicant's agent, to speak on the application? You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I last sat here when this scheme was first considered mid-2024. Despite officer support, members refused the application and it subsequently went to appeal. The inspector acknowledged several positives: the site's suitability for housing, its sustainable location and compliance on parking. However, 2 concerns were identified: the prominence and roof form of the apartment block and the extent of communal space loss. Those issues have been fully addressed in this revised submission. The scheme before you tonight has been significantly reduced in scale from 13 units to just 5, forming a single, sensitively designed apartment block. The height has been lowered by 2.6 metres, the roof form simplified to a modest, pitched form, and spacing reinstated between the blocks to respect the rhythm of Stratfield Road. Importantly, the central communal garden is now entirely retained. Members, your urban design team and consultees agree the revised scheme overcomes all previous concerns. The report confirms the building now sits comfortably in the street scene with no adverse impacts to neighbours. Turning to parking, it's worth stressing that the appeal was not dismissed on parking grounds. The inspector found provision acceptable for the larger 13-unit scheme. This application halves the number of homes and increases parking from 7 to 9 spaces. New residents won't be eligible for CPZ permits, so it will effectively operate as a car-free scheme in a sustainable location close to the station and shopping park. The parking position is therefore materially improved and fully policy compliant. The principle of residential development here has never been in dispute. This is a sustainable, existing housing site within walking distance of Boreham Wood Station and the town centre, exactly the type of location national and local policy direct us to optimise, particularly given Hertsmere's severe housing shortfall. The benefits are clear: 5 high-quality new homes, enhanced landscaping and biodiversity, sustainable low-carbon construction, and a design that revitalises a tired corner of this post-war estate. In summary, this is a modest, well-considered scheme that responds directly to past feedback and the appeal findings. It delivers positive change in the right location, and I respectfully urge members to support the officer's recommendation and grant permission this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now have Councillor Graham Alexander as a community advocate to speak against the application. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for providing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I represent our residents who have appeared today in very large numbers, and thank you for coming, and they've appointed me as their advocate to object to the proposed development at the land rear of 71 to 93 Stratfield Road. While presented as a modest infill scheme, this proposal is anything but. It represents a significant overdevelopment of a constrained site, one that would erode the established character of Stratfield Road and harm the amenity of nearby residents. Firstly, on character and design. Stratfield Road and Audley Close are characterised by low-rise housing, open spacing and a consistent suburban rhythm. The proposed three-storey block, towering over the nearby buildings, would introduce a bulky and dominant form in a green location that currently provides visual relief within the street scene, far from being a tired corner, as we've heard it described. This proposal conflicts with Hertsmere core strategy policies SP1 and CS22, which require development to be of a scale and layout that responds positively to local character. It also breaches policy SADM 30, which demands that proposals ensure the scale, massing and height are appropriate to the site and its surroundings. Coming up to within just 1.5 metres of the curb, the scheme is clearly seeking to squeeze out every last drop of value in what is a textbook case of overdevelopment. Furthermore, paragraphs 130 and 135 of the National Planning Policy Framework require development to be sympathetic to local character and avoid poor design that fails to improve the quality of an area. And this scheme, in my view, clearly fails both those tests. Secondly, on residential amenity, the height and proximity of the new block would lead to loss of outlook, privacy and daylight for residents in the adjacent flats along Stratfield Road and Audley Close. With more occupants in a confined space, there will be increased noise, light and general disturbance. This contravenes core strategy policies CS22 and SADM 30, which both require new development to protect the amenity of existing and future occupiers. And it also breaches NPPF paragraph 135F, which emphasises that planning decisions should secure a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. Thirdly, parking and access. Parking is already a major issue in this area. The applicants claim that this is a car-free, sustainable development is not realistic, as most households here rely on vehicles. The limited car park reconfiguration with just 2 new spaces clearly does not offset the additional demand from 5 new flats. This proposal will therefore intensify local parking stress, add to congestion and pose risks to pedestrians, especially children walking to nearby schools. That directly conflicts with core strategy policy CS24, which requires development to provide adequate parking and ensure highway safety. I note in addition, there is only 1 blue badge parking space at the moment, which gets filled up quickly. This proposal, if taken forward, is going to exacerbate what is already a nightmare for disabled residents in this area. Fourthly, on refuse and servicing. The proposed refuse storage areas are poorly located and insufficient for the number of units proposed. Stratfield Road already experiences problems with waste management, and this scheme would likely worsen the situation, leading to overflowing bins and visual blight. This is contrary to policy SADM 30, which requires waste and servicing facilities to be well integrated and not detrimental to the appearance or amenity of the area. And finally, on viability and community contribution. The applicant's own viability report, prepared by Turner Moorham LLP, concludes that the scheme is non-viable, generating a deficit of over £83,000, and that even when contributing 0% to affordable housing. This is a direct breach of core strategy policy CS4, which requires residential developments to deliver or contribute towards affordable housing unless robustly justified. Even accepting the figures presented, members must surely ask, if a scheme cannot deliver affordable housing or community benefit, how can it be called sustainable development? In conclusion, the application is contrary to Hertsmere core strategy policies SP1, CS4, CS22 and CS24, development management policy SADM 30, paragraphs 11, 130 and 135 of NPPF. I would submit the scale of harm arising from this development, evidenced by 48 objections, will be so great that it would significantly and demonstrably outweigh any small benefits that would arise in the form of 5 flats with no affordable housing.
Thank you. Alexa, do you have any comments? Members, I will remind you, you are here to observe the Planning Committee carrying out its work this evening. Interruptions will not be tolerated. I'll give you one warning, which is now. If it happens again, I will clear the gallery. Alexa, do you have anything you wish to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would just like to clarify that the scheme does not require affordable housing provision. The trigger, it would be for major development to provide affordable housing provision, which is defined as 10 units or more. In this case, we only have 5 units, and therefore there is no such requirement, which was included in the table assessment of the application and also set out in the committee report. In terms of the refuse store, it is an enclosed refuse store and would provide a specified area for the bins for the new apartment and some of the existing residents. The current arrangements for the site don't have any refuse stores, and the bins are actually just stored around the amenity space. In terms of the character, appearance, residential amenity and parking, I have already addressed all of those in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexia. Members, do you have any questions for officers? I can see Councillor Carter and then Councillor Quilty.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just looking at the site plan as a whole, Alexia, could you just confirm and clarify, just for kind of my clarification, any development if we approve this scheme tonight, so the development would only be in that corner and the car park area and no other space?
Yes, as you can see from the proposed general arrangement plan, this is limited to the infill block with some landscaping taking place in the already grassed area. There is the refuse store and cycle store that are located adjacent to the 1 to 11 apartment block, and then there are the changes to the existing car parking area to rationalise and provide those spaces.
So completely different to the previous application that we did see on the site?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councillor Quilty.
Mr. Chairman, my comments are about the application in total, not so much about a question. So do you want me to go ahead now, or shall I?
Feel free to go ahead now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I've looked at this. It's shoehorned in, and I'm disappointed that the CGIs have been delicately, if I put it this way, delicately put up there. It's not to show the actual size, scale, mass of the building in relation to the next door buildings. So therefore, that brings me back to the appeal, and it was pretty clear that the inspector said that the last one was harmful to the character and appearances of the area, and this is exactly the same. Nothing's changed. So I'm afraid I'm really uncomfortable. I think this actual development breaches, well, it doesn't breach it, it puts a heart and, what do they call it, a horse and cart through policies CS 22 and SEDAM 30. So therefore I will be listening to my colleagues, but I more than likely will not be supporting this.
As is your right, Councillor Quilty. Councillor Richards.
I did have one question, and now I've got two, based on Councillor Quilty's comments. First question, around SEDAM 30, and we'd heard sort of that it wouldn't be an issue in terms of privacy, or the officers feel that it wouldn't be a loss of privacy or overlooking of the existing flats. But I just wanted to firstly clarify, was that also kind of in consideration with the other near neighbours, the houses nearby? That was my question. And then for me, the key to this is probably in terms of MPPF paragraph 124, and whether the land can be considered underutilised or not. I think that would probably be the key question we need to explore with this application.
Thank you. So in terms of the first question for the privacy overlooking and the impact on residential amenity, in the assessment I have considered from the location of the windows and the balconies. So there are windows located to this part of the rear, and there are some windows at the front as well. And I've considered the separations from the balconies of the existing buildings as well. So in terms of the separation from the front elevation, this well exceeds the 28 metres that we would usually expect. For front-to-front separation, we are usually comfortable to consider that at 20 metres. The separation distance from the other side of Stratfield Road exceeds that significantly. In terms of the separation from the rear of the building, due to the siting of the block, there wouldn't be any overlooking in terms of the attached blocks. But I have considered the separation distance with the houses around the site, and that also would substantially exceed the 28 metres. That is considered with the specific figures within the residential amenity section of the report as well, just because I don't have the precise figures on the plan. So that has already been assessed, and that is how I have considered that to not be having an adverse impact on privacy and overlooking. In terms of paragraph 124, in terms of the effective use of land, I will defer to the managers.
Thank you. Yes, so paragraph 124 promotes the effective use of land, which should make as much use as possible using either previously developed land or brownfield land. And in this instance, we have brownfield land, which is being utilised between the two existing units. So yes, the development is policy compliant in all other aspects.
Sorry, can I also just add one more thing to that? That particular area is not a safeguarded amenity space as well, so it's not protected to the same degree as any other green spaces. I think I would also point back to the comment made by the planning inspector that presently, in terms of the public view of the site, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the correct slide. As you can see, there's just blank side elevations from the existing buildings, which are not considered to be a positive aspect in the street scene, and therefore that was considered in the inspector's view that the addition of the building would create more visual interest in this particular part of the site.
Do you want to come back, Paul? Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I visited today and I stood there and I think it may well be policy compliant in terms of distances, but it does feel quite a constrained little space, and that photograph doesn't quite do it justice. And especially if the development is coming to 1.5 meters of the pavement, and hence my question, because it sort of extends out. Whether and again the CGI may not do it justice. Whether there is that effect of sort of overlooking other existing houses, but I fully appreciate it's policy compliant, but it did feel very constrained when I was there today.
Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I just wish to thank members of the public who have come tonight. I personally feel that it helps me to see the sort of strength of feeling. And thank you to the speakers. This is very confusing. Green belt's now grey belt. Brownfield, which is green space, is actually now, amenity space that is green is now called brown. I have two major concerns about this particular application, which are the loss of amenity space, however small. It all contributes towards more space for less residents. The parking is a huge concern, and it's interesting because when Mr. Plotnick was speaking, It was very positive to me until the point that he said this was to be almost being sold as a car-free scheme, which I take as an admittance that the parking is really, really quite stretched and bad here. It is for those reasons that I will not be able to support this particular application. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Giorgio. I have just one or two questions that I'd just like to ask on this one. So I do remember this application, and I remember it being quite a beast of an application when we looked at it last time, and quite rightly in my mind, we refused it at the time. There was some concern. I know you had the CGIs of the previous corner unit, which we could see was quite obtrusive. It was much, much taller, and I think you even jutted out at a much bigger angle. Am I right in thinking this issue regarding the pavement, it's much more now in line with the two other blocks? It isn't, it's set further back than that graphic shows us there. It's not as close to that pavement and that kind of caution triangle. Thank you.
Yes, as you can see from the proposed floor plans, the building lines of the existing blocks are maintained, and it's just ever so slightly set back from those as well. So it has been reduced in comparison with the previous floor plan is shown at the top with its CGI, and the current floor plan is shown at the bottom picture.
And I'm right in thinking that the bottom image is the one trying to blend it with the kind of pre-built blocks already. Thank you. Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you, Chair. My question was around the previous objection being based upon the impact on character and appearance and the use of materials now in keeping with the surrounding apartments. Would there be a condition on this application, should it be approved, that the materials that are used, that are obviously detailed in these photos, would have to match the nearby apartments in order to help with the in keeping with the character and appearance of the nearby apartments?
1 second, I'm just looking at my conditions list. So condition number 9 requests that samples of the materials to be used in the construction of the external surfaces are provided and approved in writing by the local planning authority. This would mean that the condition is no development above damp-proof course, so it's quite early on in the process of construction. Any details that are submitted that don't comply with the information that has been provided, the council will have the right to refuse. And therefore they will not be able to proceed with the development. So we're able to control that through condition 9.
Councillor Myers, who after avoiding planning for many years is making his second appearance in 2 meetings.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just want to confirm, this is a brownfield site, as in brownfield that we're being encouraged to build on before Greenbelt. This is a brownfield site, yeah?
Yes, as it is located within the existing settlement, it would be considered to be a brownfield site.
Lovely, thank you.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just get the plan of the whole area, including the amenity area in the... That's the one. At the moment, there is access to the whole of the amenity area at the back from all 4 sides and between the buildings. Am I correct in saying that access from in front of what is proposed does not have a direct access onto the amenity area, and anybody wanting to go into the amenity area, that parkland, would have to go all the way around one of the existing buildings? So effectively, 2 sides of that sort of courtyard would be blocked off to people walking in from that direction.
Yeah, so the precise location of the building is currently entirely fenced off, and there's no access from that particular point. There are side gates. 1 second, got the wrong plan up. There are gates here, and then there's the ability to walk around the existing blocks, but there is no access from this point.
Thank you.
Members, do you have any more questions? No. Then I'm looking for somebody to propose it. Councillor Georgiou.
I propose that we vote for this application.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Myers. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote. The recommendation is as set out in the report. If members can vote either for, against or abstain, please. Councillor Amron?
Against.
Councillor Georgiou?
For.
Councillor Handley?
For.
Councillor Kazar?
For.
Councillor Lambert?
Against.
Councillor Myers?
For.
Councillor Quilty?
Against.
Councillor Richards?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Councillor Gray?
For.
That's 6-4. That's been, the recommendation has been carried. Thank you.
We now move on to agenda item 5B, which is 250325 FUL, the land rear to 5 to 23 at Cobden Hill in Radlett. Probably best get the other members in. I do apologise. Right, moving on then. We're moving on to agenda item 5B, which is 250325 FUL, land rear of 5 to 23 Cobden Hill in Radlett. And I believe it's Holly who's presenting this.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, this is the application at land rear of 5 to 23 Cobden Hill in Radlett. Here is just a location plan of the site. As you can see in the blue are the existing locally listed terraces, and the red is the application site. This is an aerial view looking east. The application site is located to the rear of 5 to 23 Cobden Hill. There is a footpath which runs along the side of number 3 Cobden Hill here, which connects Cobden Hill to Theobald Street. King George Recreation Ground and Radlett Lawn Tennis and Squash Club are further to the north of the site, here and here. The ground levels on site slope downwards towards the north of the site. Other nearby backland development includes the Mews, over here, and to the south, the Rose Walk to the west. Here is a constraints map. The blue indicates the outline of the site. The site falls outside of the greenbelt, however, is within Radlett South Conservation Area. You can also see the locally listed buildings to the front of the site, and the public right-of-way is a purple line over here, which runs along the northern boundary. Here are just some site photos just to show the context of the site. So we've got looking towards number 3 and 5 Cobden Hill and the public right-of-way. This is just a view looking south And then we're looking towards Radlett Town Centre here. And in the bottom right is another view looking north. Here are just a couple more site photos, just to show the Mews development, 17 to 23 Cobden Hill, and just the existing off-street parking arrangement. Here are some more site photos just from the rear of the site. These photos were taken from King George Recreation Ground to the open space to the rear. This is just the public right-of-way towards the terraces, and here are just some more photos of the site from the rear. So the application proposes for the construction of 4 times 4 bed dwellings and 2 times 3 bed dwellings, with the new vehicular and pedestrian access adjacent to number 5 Cobden Hill. Other associated works include layout for additional parking, landscaping, and all other ancillary works. The full detailed description is set out within the report. Here is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the new access would be positioned between between number 3 and number 5 Cobden Hill. As again, the public right-of-way runs along the northern boundary closest to number 3, and the access would be shared by pedestrians using the public right-of-way and vehicles. The locally listed buildings are outlined in blue between 5 to 23 Cobden Hill. Plots 1 and 2 are the 3 bed dwellings. The dwellings would have a stepped building heights, with the roof ridge of plot 2 sitting higher than plot 1 to create more visual interest. Here are plots 3 to 6, which are the 4 bed dwellings. These dwellings would feature a cat-side roof to the rear and small dormer windows. Here is a street scene and cross-section of the site just to show the topography. As you can see, the land levels rise from the north to the south on the street scene plan, and the cross-sections show how the ground levels drop quite significantly from the east to west. The ridge heights of plots 5 and 6 would be relatively akin to the development of the Mews next door. You can also see how the development integrates with the change in land levels. Here are just a couple of 3D views. So this is just from the site access, and this is mainly of plots 3 to 6. Just to provide some background on the history of the site, in 1992, planning permission was refused and dismissed on appeal for 11 houses. It should be noted local and national policy has changed significantly since then. For members' reference, a site plan for the 1992 application and 2020 application is shown in Figure 1 and Figure 2 of the report. I will also show both site layouts in the next slides. In 2020, plan permission was also refused and dismissed on appeal for 8 new dwellings. This is the 1992 site layout. And here is the 2020 site layout for the 8 dwellings. As you can see, the access was positioned between 13 to 17 Cobden Hill. As a summary, the inspector raised concerns with regards to the proposed development scale, intensity, visual impact, and effect on the site's character. There were also concerns raised about the outlook from the terraces. The inspector also noted that there would be an unacceptable standard of accommodation due to the noisy environment that the units would be placed, and an inadequate noise impact assessment was also submitted. However, officers consider that the concerns raised by the inspector in the 2020 appeal have now been addressed, which I will go through in this presentation. Here is just a comparison to show differences between the 2020 application and the current application when viewed from the front. The 2020 one being on the top and the current being on the bottom. Just to go through the differences from the 2020 application to now, the previous access proposed was between 15 to 17 Cobden Hill has now been moved to between 3 to 5. This has been done to overcome the inspector's concerns in terms of dividing the locally listed buildings. The size of the new dwellings and number of new dwellings have also been reduced so that there is less built form on site. Sufficient spacing has also been left between each dwelling, which helps break up the bulk. A noise impact assessment has now also been submitted to overcome the inspector's noise concerns from the railway. Here are just the key considerations, so the principle of development, impact on heritage assets, and character and appearance, impact on living conditions, parking provision and highway safety, waste management, impact on trees, flood risk, sustainability, and the planning balance. So the MPPF, CS1 and CS2 highlight the importance of sustainable development, including the provision of homes and supporting infrastructure. The MPPF sets out plans and decisions should apply a presumption in favour of sustainable development per paragraph 11. Hertsmere cannot show a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore paragraph 11 and the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged. In particular to this development, paragraph DI is most important as the site is located within the conservation area. Planning permission should only be granted unless there is a strong reason to refuse based on the conservation area or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Given the presumption in favour of sustainable development and the contribution towards an identified housing need within a sustainable location, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable, subject to other material considerations. Although it can only be given limited weight, the site is allocated within the emerging local plan for up to 15 homes. Moving on to heritage, the planning, listed building and conservation acts requires special attention to be paid to the preservation or enhancement of the character or appearance of the conservation area. Paragraph 215 of the MPPF sets out where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset. This harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. The site is sensitive due to the presence of heritage assets, noting the site is in Radlett South Conservation Area and the locally listed buildings along Cobden Hill. Place Services considered that there would be less than substantial harm to the conservation area and locally listed buildings. Officers concur to an extent, however, considering the development would have a lesser degree of harm than what they have stated, with the less than substantial harm being on the lowest end of the scale. Heritage are of a similar view that the form, design and materiality of the new dwellings reflect the traditional character of the locally listed buildings. The Heritage Officer considered the proposal would have a cumulative effect in further affecting the pattern of development. However, the Mews development, which also falls within Radlett South Conservation Area and is within a setting of the existing locally listed terrace, forms part of the context of the area. The development also respects the linearity of the conservation area. With regards to the locally listed buildings, the frontages would not be impacted and would still make a positive contribution to the character of the area. Whilst their plot coverage would be reduced to the rear gardens are not considered to form part of the significance of the locally listed buildings, noting their plot coverage is not included within their listing. The topography of the site from the locally listed building slopes downwards towards the new dwellings. It is considered the visual impact and outward views would be limited. Screening is also proposed to further mitigate this. On the whole, paragraph 215 is relevant and the development should be weighed against the public benefits, which I will go on to. Officers note that backland development is generally not supported. However, the Mews development is an example of backland development, and therefore this type of development is established in the prevailing character of the area. The proposed development would have a linear layout as well to match the surrounding area. The built form for the development has been set back as far as possible to allow for adequate separation distances from the existing terraces. Plots 1 and 2 are notably smaller in built form to reduce the visual prominence of the development when viewed from the access. The new dwellings would have separation distances between 7.1 metres to 3.3 metres from the side boundaries, providing an open layout which responds positively to the area. And it is also in accordance with the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan and the Design Guide SBD, Part D. Here are the front and rear elevations of the new dwellings. Plots 1 and 2 at the top and plots 3 to 6 are on the bottom. The dwellings would have a neo-Victorian design at 2 stories in height with pitched roofs. The dwellings would be separated by spacious gaps and verdant frontages. To the rear, cat-side roofs are proposed on plots 3 to 6 to reduce the vertical scale of the dwellings. The use of small dormers are also traditional in design. The overall design and appearance of the dwellings are considered to reflect the character of the area. PS Heritage also raised no concerns with the design. In terms of the impact on the existing residents, there would be a separation distances between 30 metres to 37.5 metres from the new front building lines of the properties to the rear elevations of 5 to 23 Cobden Hill, exceeding 28 metres as set out in Part D. Therefore, sufficient privacy distances would be retained. The 45-degree line would not be breached with number 1 the Mews. Similarly, there would be no loss of light outlook or overshadowing to the adjacent terraces. In terms of private amenity for existing residents, 5 to 23 Cobden Hill would each retain a garden space between 59.66 to 147 square metres. Number 7 would have a garden space of 59.66, which is a shortfall of 0.34. Officers have given this very limited negative weight in the planning balance, given the shortfall is minimal. For future occupants, all dwellings would meet the nationally described space standards for floor and bedroom sizes. Habitable windows would receive a good amount of daylight and sunlight. Environmental health considered the noise levels and overheating has been adequately addressed, and the external amenity areas are shown to comply with 55 decibels WHO guidelines for community noise level. As such, previous concerns regarding the location of the development in regard to noise emissions are considered to have been resolved. Paragraph 116 of the NPPF sets out development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. Significant concern has been raised by local residents regarding the access. The applicant has submitted a proposed access layout between 3 and 5 Cobden Hill. The dark green lines show the proposed upgraded footpath. The footpath would be widened to 1.3 metres at the access point and 2 metres further down. The public right-of-way officer and highways officer has raised no concerns to this. The dark red shows there would be an offset of 0.45 metres from existing structures, here and here. A 1 metre high dwarf wall would also be constructed within the boundary of number 5 Cobden Hill. The orange lines show the existing driveway at number 3 Cobden Hill would be retained, and the dark purple shows an extension to the existing vehicular crossover. Proposed tactile paving and a potential raised pedestrian crossing is proposed at the access point. As mentioned before, HBC highways were consulted and raised no objections to the access subject to conditions. These conditions are set out within the report. In terms of conflict at the access, during AM peak hours, it is predicted that there would be 1 vehicle entering and 3 vehicles exiting, and for PM peak hours, there would be 3 vehicles entering and 1 vehicle leaving. AM peak hours are between 8 and 9, and PM hours are between 5 and 6. In total, there would be 14 in and 14 out movements per day, so 28 in total. The Highways Authority also conducted their own assessment and concluded with the additional 10 parking spaces for existing residents, it is likely the proposal will result in 3 inbound and 7 outbound during AM peak, and 3 outbound and 7 inbound during PM peak. However, still concluded that there will be no significant or severe impact on the transport network is identified, and that the addition of such trips will be imperceptible with daily flows. There have been 4 slight incidents and 1 serious incident on Cobden Hill South. However, there are no trends associated with the reported incidents within the vicinity of the proposed access. HCC Road Safety Audit Team concluded that the location is not identified on the hazarded list. Just in terms of parking, the new dwellings would have 2 off-street parking spaces each. With reference to the draft SBD 2022, 2 off-street parking spaces are required for a 3-bed dwelling and 4-bed dwelling. The development would be in accordance with this. 10 off-street parking spaces are also proposed, which are allocated for the residents along 5 to 23 Cobden Hill on a first-come, first-served basis. 3 visitor parking spaces are also proposed, which is in the blue. The orange shows for the new dwellings, and the green are for the existing residents along 5 to 23. With regards to the access, the submitted transport statement suggests potential waiting restrictions and a vehicle priority scheme within the site. Dragon teeth markings within the vicinity of the site access are proposed as a traffic calming solution. Also, a potential raised pedestrian crossing alongside the pedestrian drop curbs and tactile or blister paving on either side of the road are also proposed to create safer conditions for crossing pedestrians. As mentioned before, HCC Highways have recommended conditions for highway improvements. HCC have also advised that the 10 parking spaces to the rear would reduce the likelihood of demand on the bay of using the bays to the front of the site and would further improve visibility. That's from Cobden Hill. Vehicles are also able to exit in forward gear rather than reversing onto the main road. In terms of the upgrades to the public right-of-way, this includes widening and resurfacing. HCC rights-of-way team were supportive of the widening and resurfacing. The 6-metre wide shared surface area at the opening before the footpath diverts separate from the vehicle access route to the site. Shared surfaces would be denoted by a transition ramp with visual differentiation in surface material between the access carriageway and shared surface. Just in terms of waste management, there was some bits about this in the update sheet. Waste management were consulted and they were satisfied with the collection point at number 5. Just for clarity, future occupiers, they would drag their bins to the collection point, and then once the bins have been picked up, they would put it back. This isn't a permanent place. And it's also been, we've also added a condition for this. In terms of tree, it's proposed 11 category B trees to be removed, 19 category C to U trees would be removed. Just to go through what each category means, so category A trees are of a high quality with a life expectancy of at least 40 years. The proposal does not seek for the removal of any Cat A trees. Category B trees are moderate quality of life with an expectancy of about 20 years. 11 category B trees would be removed. Category C trees are considered to be a low quality with a life expectancy of at least 10 years, or younger trees with a stem diameter below 150 millimetres. Category U trees cannot be retained for longer than 10 years and are unsuitable for retention. 19 Category C to U trees are proposed to be removed. Our Agricultural Place Services did object on the proposal due to the impact the proposal would have on the T48 oak tree, which is this one here. I have another slide for this as well. And insufficient information submitted on the landscape strategy in terms of how many new trees would be planted. Officers have given this significant negative harm in the planning balance. This is just a T48 oak tree. And as I said before, this would be given significant harm. Here is the landscaping strategy, just for members' reference. The dark green circles are the trees to be retained. The dark green circles with the red X, so there's only 3, are new semi-mature trees to be planted. And the light green are new proposed trees. 36 new trees would be planted in total. There would also be a new hedgerow planted at 1.8 metres high along the public right-of-way, with additional planting. Just in terms of the other considerations, habitat surveys were submitted, including a bat survey, arboricultural impact survey, and bat endoscopic survey report. No evidence of bats were found following 3 endoscopic surveys. Ecology raised no objection, subject to conditions and informative set out within the report. There would be a net loss of 53.71% B&G on site. However, this loss and the additional 10% would be delivered off-site and secured through a Section 106 agreement. Finally, just in terms of flooding, the site is in flood zone 1, and there's also information about sill. Here is just a table just to show officers' planning balance. Overall, the benefits of the development would significantly outweigh any adverse impacts, and as such it is considered that the degree of harm arising from the proposal does not provide a strong reason for refusal. Per paragraph 11DI, planning permission should be granted unless the application of policies in this framework that protect areas of assets or of particular importance provides a strong reason for refusing the development. The benefits of the development would be significantly outweighed by any adverse impacts. As such, it is considered that the degree of harm arising from the proposal does not provide a strong reason for refusal. And as such, it's considered per paragraph 11 of the NPPF, permission should be granted. And the conclusion is to grant permission subject to the completion of a suitably worded Section 106 agreement to secure off-site B&G provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. We have speakers, so please listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. You press the black button to speak. So please can I call Dr. Nigel Brand to speak against the application. You will have 3 minutes when you're ready, sir.
I live at 3 Cobden Hill and I speak here for 16 neighbours. Cobden Hill is an accident black spot with 5 serious incidents this year. A neighbour hit by a car 3 years ago suffered life-changing injuries and died only last week. We all witness speeding cars every day. Actual speeds measured in the speed survey reveal that 3,000 vehicles a day exceed the 30-mile-an-hour limit. 25 a day exceed 50. The proposed access road is unsafe and too narrow, compromising the safety of footpath users. The tenants of number 5 will lose the path to their front door and will step out directly into a roadway, which is dangerous, and they fear a car will crash into their home. From the start, road width has only been achievable by stealing half of the public footpath to create a shared space with cars. This is risky, as cars turning in may not notice dog walkers and other pedestrians coming up the footpath as my garage blocks their view. The gap is too small for 2 modern family cars to pass each other and turn in and out of the main road safely, especially if there is speeding traffic to contend with. A collection point for 12 to 18 refuse bins alongside number 5 at the narrowest point will reduce the gap even more. Trip analysis underestimated access road traffic, ignoring the fact that there's 25 cars in total on site, that many people have 2 cars, and that daily road usage will be increased by delivery vans and food scooters. Also, in an emergency, there will be limited space on site to accommodate fire tenders and ambulances. In this respect, I note that Waste Management have opted not to collect refuse from within because their trucks can't manoeuvre easily. The 10 cottage gardens will be greatly shortened, and the tenants will be deprived of their principal amenity, sunny outdoor space. Some only entertain family and friends outdoors in summer, as indoor space is tiny. As for my amenity, number 5 sits half a metre higher than my house, so rainwater runoff from hard standing could undermine the foundations of my home. No plans to address this problem were submitted. I will also suffer noise and fumes from the access road when sitting outside. Number 5 loses its parking, and we will actually lose 3 to 4 on-road parking spaces that also serve homes across the road. Cutting down large trees and those along the footpath for 50 metres or so will destroy the green edge of the conservation area. This application creates much more harm than benefit. This third attempt at back garden development by the landowner adds little value to local housing stock diversity, only 2 or 3 beds. It impoverishes those living in the 10 rented two-bed cottages by diminishing their garden amenity and exposing them to noise and pollution from a car park. I respectfully ask, therefore, that you refuse this application. Thanks for your attention, and my thanks to Holly Holt for her site visits.
Thank you. Can I call on Paul Atherton, please, the applicant's agent, to speak in favour of the application? You'll have 3 minutes when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Chair. We support your officer's recommendation of approval subject to conditions and Section 106. The earlier draft Hertsmere Local Plan 2018 allocated the site for development with up to 10 dwellings. However, the site has been reassessed by officers and suitable for infill development with up to 15 dwellings, site reference HEL 222. The principle of development was not dismissed by the planning inspector at the previous appeal. We held a pre-application meeting in September 24, attended by Place Services and the Council's Urban Design Officer. 6 dwellings was felt to be the correct number of houses for the site, and officers encouraged us to submit a formal planning application. While concerns have been raised by local residents about the width of the access, full consideration must be given to advice received from the County Highway Authority. Herts Highways have not objected to the design of the access on highway safety grounds, subject to conditions. The Highway Authority did not object to the previous scheme, which took access between numbers 15 and 17 Cobden Hill. At the time of the previous planning appeal, the Council's housing land supply was just 2.3 years. Officers have advised that this has now dropped to just less than 1 year's supply. Given this substantial shortfall, the MPPF says that planning policies tilt in favour of approving sustainable development. The layout fully respects the character of the Radlett South Conservation Area, aligning with the adjacent development at the Mews and 29A Cobden Hill. And Chairman, you may know that there's been other recent infill development rear of the former Cat and Fiddle public house on Cobden Hill. The scheme provides acceptable outlook and separation for existing residents, as well as providing each of the existing Cobden Hill properties, numbers 5 to 23, with a parking space. This will help alleviate on-street parking within the Cobden Hill lay-by. The traditional design is attractive, and the applicant has complied with all requests made by officers in redesigning the scheme. So in conclusion, Chair, we support your officer's recommendation, subject to conditions and Section 106.
Thank you very much. And I have Councillor Lucy Selby to speak as community advocate, and you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I am the community advocate against the proposed development at the rear of Cobden Hill in the Radlett Conservation Area. Again, this application has a history dating back over many years. Even your case officer is not sure if this application should be approved, as she states in her report that the application would mostly comply with policies. Therefore, we can see the application is not in all aspects planning compliant, and therefore there are grounds for this committee to refuse it. Crucially, 95 residents have objected, with just 2 in favour, and just as importantly, Place Services have raised issues with the harmful impact of this development on the open, verdant character of the site, as well as the reduction by over half of the existing garden plots on the locally listed buildings. Place Services have said this development will result in the urbanising of the new junction and the loss of outward views. This dramatic shortening of the back gardens of the 10 cottages to create 25 parking spaces for 6 new homes, cottages and tenants feel this is very much back garden development. The Radlett Neighbourhood Plan, HD4, states that all development must respect Radlett's distinctive green and verdant qualities. The loss of garden land to development that fails to respect the character and prevailing development pattern of the surrounding area will not be supported. Why is the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan being overlooked? This is clear policy approved by referendum by Radlett residents in 2021. Further, SADM 3 and Part D of the Planning and Design Guide does not support developments of back gardens. Much of the committee report refers to the development at the Mews on Cobden Hill, but this is no comparison to what is proposed in this application. The Mews was one large building occupied by an infant school on a brownfield site, and therefore this development was not removing residents' back gardens nor affecting their amenity. This development will result in tenants losing 50 to 70% of their outdoor space. The tenants at number 7 would lose so much of their garden that it would not meet the minimum private garden amenity area of at least 60 square metres as prescribed by SPD Draft 2016. Number 5 will also barely meet this minimum. This development will result in the loss of trees which carry significant weight. All the mature trees, including pine trees, mixed and blackthorn hedges, are visible from the main road and contribute to the verdant nature of the conservation area, as prescribed by the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan, and goes against SADM 12. This development will destroy this outlook. Highways have yet again not carried out their investigations sufficiently. The road traffic frequency was measured initially on one day between 11 and 11:30 a.m. This is not adequate and should have been done at peak hours when the school runs are in operation. Further, the car sweat path analysis is based on an estate car built in 2006 with a width at 1.8 metres. Most family cars now measure over 2 metres. It is clear that there is not safe room for 2 cars to pass on the proposed access road, let alone deal with a delivery van coming in or out. You state there will be no more than 40 movements in and out in a day, but what about deliveries? We believe this is inaccurate. We've also seen at the tennis club further down the road how cars have to back up onto Watling Street. This is dangerous and not acceptable and will only increase the risk of accidents, which is already a black spot. I believe, as do the residents, that highways have not adequately assessed the survey data at this accident hotspot. Co-opting footpath 54 into the shared service roadway is also unsafe for footpath users and risks collisions between vehicles and pedestrians. The tenants in number 5 Cobden Hill will lose their large garden, parking and, crucially, the safe path to their front door. Instead, they will be expected to step out directly onto a roadway. Waste Management Services have raised concerns that the entry road, which is very narrow, will not be sufficient for refuse and recycling vehicles. This is now addressed by the collection point for 12 refuse bins to be outside number 5. This is totally unacceptable and as well is incorrect. On the weeks when there is green and brown bin collection, there's also food waste bin collection. Where are these bins going to go? How are number 5 going to go in and out of their house with all the bins outside their door? And what about the smell? This also goes against SADM 19. There was also no sweat path analysis for vehicles turning right when exiting on the main road or turning right into the site, which will affect delivery lorries too. I therefore would urge you to refuse this application based on planning policy as stated above and listen to the residents. This planning application needs to be refused at his back garden development in the Radlett Conservation Area with locally listed buildings, and access is unsafe for both vehicles and pedestrians. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I move over to members, Holly, do you have any comments to make? Members, do you have any questions for officers? Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. This is not in my ward, but it is in the Aldenham parish. I'm very concerned about this development. Firstly, on transport, but I know it is very difficult to, if Herts County Council have not objected, then it is assumed to be okay. But there are lots of accidents in this sort of area, and we ought to be looking at it a bit more carefully, and Herts County Council ought to be examining this on raised safety grounds. Can we go back to one of the very early slides, which I think shows the view into the plot, indicating the footpath beside the roadway?
While we're doing that, just to let you know, Councillor Lambert, we do have an officer from
not that
Highways
one,
here with us this evening.
Yeah, I think there was one earlier, looking at the entrance. Well, perhaps that one will do. Can you tell me what the width of the footpath is at the point where it comes in off Cobden Hill? Because it seems to me that we've got indicated the width of the roadway, but not the width of the footpath. And either the roadway or the footpath is not going to be adequate.
While we're looking that up, David, I'll just let you know that we do have a highways officer here with us this evening, so if you have any technical questions, I'm sure they'll be able to answer those for you.
And the other ones, this is about back garden development. The precedents that have been quoted, the Mews and the Rose Walk. The Rose Walk has been there for years and years. The Mews predates, I believe, the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan. And the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan specifically mentioned back garden development in an effort to try and curtail this sort of development. I think we've got very poor access into a back garden development, and the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan, and my logic would say, this should not be built on. I am prepared to keep an open mind still, but my inclination is this is just too much. And that's backed up, I think, by the fact that there's been 2 applications so far, reducing in numbers each time, and both have been dismissed at appeal. I really don't have a view on why this is any different, but I would like an answer on the public footpath.
So it would have a width of 1.2 metres here, and then it would be increased to 2 metres here. Sorry? It would be increased, so it would be 1.2 metres, sorry, 1.3 metres at the start, and then it would be increased to 2 metres.
So does the footpath encroach onto So does the footpath encroach onto what has been allocated as the roadway in?
No, it would be completely separated. It would have different materials, so you can tell the difference between the road and the footpath. So there'd be different materiality.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have just one more question.
I do have other members, so maybe we'll kind of, if it's on a similar topic, I'm happy to take it now. If it's on a different topic, we'll go round and come back to you.
It's on a different topic.
Well, that's fine. I'm moving on to Councillor Sussman then.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with some aspects of this particular development, this application. The bin lorries, how will they drive in front ways and then turn around so that they can come out of the close safely? This might be for the highways, gentlemen. Or what are they going to do, reverse back onto the main road? That's one question. I am really concerned about the road. I mean, I drive there a lot, and it just sort of seems to speed up at that point, whether it should or shouldn't. And I think with the entrance to the Mews quite close, it's quite hairy sort of coming out of there. And that does worry me, just having one extra sort of turning there certainly isn't going to make anything any easier. And my other comment is that this is definitely not brownfield, that we know, and this is conservation area. And the definition of conservation is the maintenance and upkeep of a natural resource to prevent it from disappearing. When it's gone, and I just think that being in the conservation area, we do have an obligation to conserve as much as we can, and that really does concern me, but the situation as well to the neighbour at number 5, I know there's no planning sort of reasons not to have all the bins next to the house, but it just seems really shoddy. And I know you can't answer that, but it does. It's just, I think they've just got such a bum deal, and it's just the wrong place.
Yeah, just with regards to waste, how the bin lorries would collect. So the bins wouldn't go into the access at all. They would just stay outside, and they would collect that bins from that collection area.
So they just block the road whilst they're emptying sort of 12, 15, 16 bins?
Do you want to bring it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that?
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, the bins, they wouldn't be permanently stored there.
No, I'm not worried about the bins. They can come and go as they please, but a condition should definitely be put on that they must be moved out of there. But the bin lorry, effectively, what you're saying, I just want to really clarify this, is that on this particular highway, the bin lorry will stop on the road whilst it empties all of those bins.
So just to be clear, we do have a sweat path analysis that shows that a lorry can go down the new road to be formed in reverse gear, pick up the bins and then move on. So it wouldn't be blocking the highway of Cobden Hill necessarily, but it would form a temporary obstruction whilst collecting bins, and which isn't necessarily that unusual with a cul-de-sac style development.
Sorry, I think Mr. Highways wants to come back on it as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we're focusing on highways. So as has been alluded, it's tracked, the site is designed that it will allow a refuse vehicle in forward gear, turn around, leaving it forward gear. The fact that your waste collection team determined that they may not want to do that, maybe efficiency, quickness on the route, but it is possible. Also, as has been mentioned, the development is taking away some of the parking that would occur on Cobden Hill, so it would be reasonable to assume that that space would be available for refuse vehicles. Your concern about refuse vehicles reversing out, I can only direct you to the highway code that says everybody should reverse into a parking space or into a road, so if they're intended to just set down and park or whatever. So all of that supports why highways are satisfied with the waste management strategy that was presented. Obviously, you've got separate consultees as your waste collection team, and I can't comment on that.
Okay, sorry, because I really want to get this straight. Sorry, this is a really important point. It seems that either way there could be a blockage, whether it's blocking the roadway for people in and out, whether it's blocking Cobden Hill, or if it drives in forward, which it can do, it can't reverse out. So is there space for it then to go into the close, to turn around, to drive out, adhering to the highway code?
Yep, yeah, it was tracked for your size refuse vehicles that you utilise within Hertsmere Borough Council. Yeah.
And could that be conditioned that that is what they have to do?
The waste collection is your team, so the applicant wouldn't be able to control how Waste Collection Authority service the site.
So in regard to the refuse collection team, one of the main things that they were seeking was to clarify a suitable location for the collection of refuse, which is that location towards the front of the site, to the side of the building of number 5, and that complies with what our refuse collection team were seeking. Just as a further point, in terms of refuse collection in this vicinity, it is inevitable that during collection there would be an obstruction whilst bin collection lorries go about their business on Cobden Hill for those dwellings. So such a situation is not particularly exceptional in my view.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
I thought it said Amron at first. Thank you, Chair. So there are some tricky things here because, as arguably with the previous application, this is trying to stick some houses in a difficult spot to access, or in a place where houses weren't really originally meant to go. And a lot hangs on the access path, which we have already discussed quite a lot, because I can understand why there are concerns with this. In terms of the speeding, obviously there are already a couple of narrow sort of tracks near there. There's the path that goes to the rugby club and to the tennis club, but traffic from Elstree direction does come in pretty quickly into that part of Radlett, so I do understand the concern. With the access, so we've had the argument that we've got the Rose Walk and the Mews nearby. What's the relative width of those existing roads, residential cul-de-sacs, to this new proposed one? Because when you look at it, it does look really tight, especially for number 5. So essentially the argument is we've got 2 back developments here already. How do those roads compare to what's proposed here?
Which roads are we talking about? Just to be clear. Are you referring to the Mews? Okay.
Yes, so the argument is that the Rose Walk and the Mews are kind of okay, which are sort of similar principles. But the problem is that what is the proposed access isn't a road. It's sort of a footpath and not really a road, and is it a driveway? It's not really obvious what it is. So my question is, how does it compare, the width of it, to the proper roads created at the Rose Walk and the Mews? Because that will give us a comparison of whether it's viable or not. Do you see what I mean?
I think we do. We're just trying to see if we've got that information, so just hang fire for one moment.
Sorry, Chair. Can I seek clarity why it matters in terms of the Rose Walk's width? These are all private roads. In the application submission, it has been tracked to show that it works. Touching on Councillor Lambert's point in terms of the width of the footway at its narrowest point is 1.2 metres. It is a right-of-way, Alderman Low 54. That doesn't have a recorded width upon it, and as your officer has explained, it would be a shared surface, and shared surfaces are demonstrated in national guidance as acceptable for up to 25 dwellings. So whilst there would be a change in materials, there is no significant harm from pedestrians and vehicles to be mixing within what's known as a shared surface. In terms of the width, as I say, it has been demonstrated as tracked for vehicles coming in and out simultaneously. The first 5 metres measured in from the highway is 4.8 metres in width. It does narrow within the site. It is a low-speed environment, 10 miles per hour, and as we've talked about with the trip generation, it's not 14 per day. That's 14 in like maybe the AM peak. So the likelihood of a vehicle going in and exiting is low, but if it does and they take care of themselves, that part works within a 4.8 metre width, or even the reduced width as you go in. It won't be adopted by highways, so we wouldn't be applying the 5.5. In highway terms, it is demonstrated as working, hence our absence of an objection.
The reason I think it matters is, well, I think it's a quite interesting thing to know, because a lot seems to hang on the viability of this access. And the argument's been made with the Mews and the Rose Walk that they're kind of okay. It demonstrates that the backyard development works here, and they are very nearby, so the traffic issues and the speeding apply pretty similarly to those 2 cul-de-sacs as it would to this access, because they're very close by. And the reason I asked is because it seems to be accepted that the Mews and the Rose Walk work. They're not caused disasters. And that's why comparing those entrance points from Cobden Hill to this proposed one would be quite, I think it'd be quite interesting to know, because obviously this access is not actually a road, it's sort of a footpath and it's sort of a driveway and it's sort of a bit of everything. And people's parking will be moved down there. So it's quite a lot to get our heads around, the viability of this. And hence I wondered whether we knew the comparable width, but it sounds like we don't know that.
On that point, we are trying to look that up. Obviously,
I get that. We can mention it later.
It probably would have been one for technical, which would have allowed a few more days to actually get the exact figures. But obviously, I know the question just come to your head now. But let my officers have a look at that and work on that. But we'll carry on going around members to get their views. So I'm coming back to you, Mr. Lowndes. Yes, with your alternate question.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. I've been looking all the way through this, and we have Aldenham Parish Council, who operated as a secretariat for the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan, but the Radlett Neighbourhood Plan came from residents, and I imagine that they would have been have pretty strong views about what is happening here, and they certainly had strong views on the previous applications, but their objection is listed as Aldenham Parish Council objected, and I can't find any detail about what their objections were, either in terms of dialogue or verbatim reports. Could you let me know or tell me what the objections were by Aldenham Parish Council and how you managed to reconcile them? Or point me to where it is in the report, because I haven't been able to find it.
Sorry, I was just going to quote the widths going back to Councillor Allen. So the Mews has, including the pedestrian bit to the side, has a width of 7.3 metres, and the pedestrian bit has a width of 2.2 metres. For the proposed development, it would have a width of 6.3 metres, including the width of the access and the pedestrian, and the road would have a width of 4.7 metres.
Sorry, can you say that?
We're just getting your answer sorted. You need to give my officers some time to actually come up with that, because it was a very interesting question, but also quite detailed. So while we're doing that, we're answering Councillor Allen's question on the different road widths between the developments.
So it's 4 metres narrower.
So I've got the measurements in front of me. So which one are we talking about? So with the Mews, the overall width, that's measured sort of from boundary to boundary, as it were, was 7.3. The pedestrian width is 2.2. And are you after also the highway width, just to check?
Well, just, yeah, how wide is it, put simply?
There are a number of different widths. The actual highway itself seems to be roughly 4.4. Now, in comparison with the proposed development, having just measured it off this plan, I find the highway width, as in the actual carriageway, to be approximately 4.7, and at the narrowest point with the pedestrian way, I believe it was 1.3.
Sorry, that might be an answer, but I'm very, very confused by that. It was 4.7, but it's now at 1.3. Is that, and is that...
It widens towards the footpath, that's why there's varying widths.
the narrowest point seems to be as it goes into the site, beside number 5, and gosh, I ought to wear my glasses for this. That seems to be the narrowest point. So I can't see how it can be wider there, and the narrow point is further down. The footpath gets narrower. Yeah. So that in fact the footpath is sharing with the roadway.
It's a shared surface, but they are demarcated out through their materials. In answer to your, I think there was another query regarding the objection from Aldenham Parish Council. So I'm not going to repeat it verbatim because it's relatively long, but in summary, they make reference to the previous application and they consider this to be too large, back garden development, and contrary to Radlett Neighbourhood Plan Policy HD4, Development of Garden Land. They argue that car parking remains an issue. They also raise concern regarding the large number of trees, and they ask for this to be taken into account.
Thank you. I think what confused me is on the list of responses, we've got the Met Office, no objection. We've then got Aldenham Parish Council, no objection. Then Place Services, and then Aldenham Parish Council, objection. I think they're listed twice, one with objecting and one not, which is a bit careless, perhaps. Thank you.
I think it's a typo. Apologies for that.
Lovely. Councillor Quilty.
Thank you. Paragraph 8, 1.145, flood zone. We're in flood zone 1. And in the report it says that this is this site is sloping down towards the railway line, if I put it that way. Well, it is sloping down, and there's going to be pumped outfall to Thames Water surface sewer located in Cobden Hill. Right, so the water's going to have to be pumped back up the hill, right, out of this site to satisfy keeping these good folk in the future dry. Now, first question are the highways roadway within this site, all of it, going to be built to adoptable standards? The second question would be in relation to these pump kiosks. How are they going to be maintained, considering they're going to be used quite a lot, because it's going to be pumping water up the hill to Cobden Hill? Now, this is what it says in the report, and it's a paragraph 8, 145. So I'm wondering if officers could give us an answer of how they're going to maintain the pumps.
So, firstly, just to be clear, this is not a major development, so a SUD scheme is not required. The lead local flood authority were consulted, but they did not provide a response. So, having regard to the issue you raise, I do note that we do have a SUD strategy, a flood risk assessment and SUDS report. Being within flood risk zone 1, this is the lowest category of flood risk. So, having regard to that, I don't think we gave it as much weight as perhaps you are raising, but I do note your point in regard to a pumping station. There are pumps annotated on the site plan. If members consider it appropriate, a condition could be attached in regard to this if they consider it appropriate, and we can discuss that furthermore in due course.
Yeah, if I could come back, yes, I think you should give it more weight. And in relation to my other question, will all the roadways and pathways on this development will they be built to adopted highway standards? So in the future...
You didn't ask that question, but we'll allow it.
I did ask it, but he didn't answer, so I'm asking it again. I'll set 2 bites of the cherry. Hopefully I won't have to come back for 3.
Confirmation here that we won't adopt the roads under Section 38 of the Highway Act. Our adoption policy is that we will consider the adoption of roads with a public utility, and we set that at 25 dwellings or above. So, in all intents and purposes, this is a private driveway. We wouldn't adopt any roads. The rights of way is maintained by our rights of way team, so obviously they've had input to the design, but.
So if I could help, so the answer to the question is no.
Exactly.
They will not be built to highways adopted standards, and we don't know to what standard they will be built at then. They could be dirt tracks for all we know. Okay, I'll leave it there. What about drainage?
They could be paved with gold as well. Yes, Councillor Quill, you've had enough time. I'm going to move on to Councillor Carser next. But unless you want to come back.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, it does make reference to permeable paving in the report, and the recommendation of approval is subject to the SUDS and flood risk strategy. So I would refer you to that in the first instance.
May I just clarify as well, in respect of it being to adoptable standard, it automatically fails on adoptability because of the width being at 4.2. So I can't comment on how it will be built, and neither do I need to, because as the Highway Authority, we would not be responsible for it.
Councillor Carser, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Holly. Hi. Looking at the development and the scheme in relation to the overall layout and so on, this scheme is, in terms of layout, is pretty similar, not exactly, but pretty similar to the Mews. I'm just curious as to when, if you have the data, when the Mews was built. And then I believe, from what I've quickly perused on Google Maps, I believe the Mews is still a gated development. So would this proposed development also be a gated one?
No, this one wouldn't be gated, no. It'd be open.
And when was the Mews built? Do we know?
It was approved in 2010, and looking back at the history, the discharge petitions were going through about 2013, so around 2013.
And the second question was regarding, we heard from the residents and the community advocate and so on in terms of the highways and especially the potential accidents or the actual accidents that's taken place on Cobden Hill. In your presentation, I do remember you saying something about something on the lines of traffic calming or something. Could you kindly repeat that just to get more clarity? And maybe if the highways officer wants to jump in, then he's more than welcome.
In terms of off-site highway works, we would be looking for dragon's teeth markings. That responds to residents concerned that there's reported speeding on Cobden Hill. There is traffic survey. It's 24 hours for 7 days, not 11 till 11:30. It does demonstrate that the mean speed throughout that period is 28 miles per hour. The 85th percentile is 33. So by extension, some people are breaking the law. However, HCC's speed management strategy sort of has a standard deviation in respect of actual speeds. And so the speed limit on Cobden Hill is appropriate. Most people are obeying that. It's an enforcement issue. Obviously, Police and Crime Commissioner has funded a SID in that location to assist with that. The dragon's teeth markings would occur where we've got that central reserve, and effectively is thermoplastic paint on the highway, which serves to convey a message that it feels narrower. And if it feels narrower, it's demonstrated that Dragon's Teeth achieve a small reduction in speed. So we have listened to that.
I have quite a lot of members who still want to wave, so you're all putting your hands up several times, but I am going to get round to you eventually. I'm going to Councillor Myers next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there was a discussion earlier on, which is when I put my hand up, it was a long time ago now, about bin lorries, and I just wanted to, I think there's a bit of a red herring. When you consider bin lorries going around roads, they stop every 10 metres, they pick up quickly and they're gone again, so I think that there's a bit of a red herring, to be fair. But my question was more about BNG. There are a couple of sites noted in the papers here, Epping and Three Rivers. Is there anything that we can do if we were to pass this to condition that this has to be in Hertsmere? It's one of my pet hates that BNG is not not local. That when they're having to go off site, it's not actually within Hertsmere that we're feeling the benefit, as it were. So is there anything we can do around that?
So in the first instance, in regard to BNG, we would need to be satisfied that they would meet the requirements of the hierarchy, and the assumption in the first place is to deliver where they're going for off-site within Hertsmere, so we would be pushing for that. I don't know if that answers your question. Did you mention a condition, or?
Yeah, is there any way we can condition that it has to be in Hertsmere?
We could put a strong informative on to say that we would like to see.
Yeah, we could do an informative. I'm not sure a condition would meet the test necessarily. I mean, if they were able to demonstrate that that wasn't appropriate, then it would be unreasonable to impose such a condition. But what I would say is, in assessing that, we will be giving priority to Hertsmere, and I believe we do have habitat banks and the like now, so I don't see why that can't be achieved.
Thank you.
We can also put an informative on to that effect to let the applicant know.
Thank you. Councillor Georgia.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Feels a bit like we've had a bit of a gish gallop tonight of lots of different areas that I don't necessarily think are relevant to making a decision on this application, in that I appreciate that many people in Radlett may have larger than average size cars, but I feel that the size of 4.3 metres is adequate for cars to pass by each other, and I think that people are polite enough in our borough that they might wait slightly further back when a car's coming in order to allow them to pass, and also likewise may not turn into a turning whilst a car is waiting to come out. I should at least hope so. I think some of the items that have been raised around flooding, I think obviously we've heard it's in an area that's unlikely to have flooding, but also most of our borough is very far above sea level, so there's no risk of sea flooding, but also this is an area whereby there's a nearby Tykes water, so any water that was running down this site would be able to run into the stream and wash away. So I think that there's reason there that also is to be considered, and also the trees that would remain in behind the site, and also be able to soak away some of that water. And there's been various questions around things like bins that have also kind of been I think quite adequately kind of answered. My question really would be again around because there was a question earlier about the conservation area, and in that the appearance and materials of these buildings, which I think look from the pictures and from some of the information that's been put forward to be of high quality, would those materials and the appearance there be in keeping with the character of the surrounding area and in terms of that conservation area? Thank you.
Yes, so the materials would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the existing locally listed buildings. During the application stage, we also seeked for additional detailing and brickwork as well, just to further enhance the materiality. So it's in keeping with the conservation area as well.
Councillor Brisky.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And, this is, as Councillor Allen alluded to earlier, the second application considered by the Planning Committee this evening, where you just think, who is coming up with these ideas to build houses there? When I look at this, I just think, since when do we recommend tandem development in a conservation area for approval? And if I just look at our SPD, Planning and Design Guide Part D, it says, the council considers residential garden land to be usable amenity space within the curtilage of a residential property. This includes communal amenity space, such as that normally associated with flats. It also includes amenity areas that have been covered with a hard surface, such as a rear patio, an outbuilding, or any other ancillary structure. Although the council will consider individual planning applications on a case-by-case basis, tandem developments, which are also known as two-tier developments, will be discouraged as they are unlikely to improve the quality of an area. And we have our place services team within this council telling us that they strongly object to this because of the loss of trees. We have a 50% loss of biodiversity, a biodiversity net loss, I should say. Okay, yes, they're going to make an off-site contribution, but we know that never gets used. And I can't help but question, when do we start
Quite a lot of
approving?
assumptions there, Councillor Brisky.
What do you mean a lot of assumptions? What have I assumed?
That it doesn't get spent?
Okay, fine. Even if we assume it does get spent, this particular site is going to have a 50% loss of biodiversity, okay? That is completely what the Environment Act was meant to try and stop from happening. And, you know, I look at the access road here, and I just think we're saying that each house, 3 and 4 bedroom houses are going to have 2 spaces each, 3 visitor spaces. But we know that when 3 and 4 bedroom houses in Radlett have their big parties, that has an impact, okay? We know that people are going to park along the access road, and when that's 4 meters wide, that's an accident waiting to happen, especially if we are saying that the pedestrian footpath will not be really separated from the vehicular access, if I'm not mistaken there. So my question is, how is the parking going to be managed, okay? Is it going to be private? Because we've heard that the road isn't going to be adopted. So who is going to be managing that? Who's going to stop people from parking dangerously? Because I think this is an accident waiting to happen. I am very concerned about the fact that this potentially sets a precedent if we are allowing... Okay, I see we've brought up the 10 spaces there. It says in the report that these are going to be used to compensate for the loss of spaces on Cobden Hill. So effectively, these are going to be for the existing residents, whereas there's only going to be 12 new spaces plus 3 for the new residents that would be moving into the new development here. And that makes it tandem development as well, because they're going to be sharing the same vehicular access. And we don't allow that here in Hertsmere. We do not allow that kind of development. It is completely against our policy, and I just can't understand how we have arrived at the conclusion that this should be approved, especially when they are cutting down trees that should not be cut down in a conservation area.
Thank you. Quite a lot to unpack there. But
Yeah.
Good luck.
So I'll just try to clarify or answer as many of your queries as I can. In regards to B&G, it is going to be secured through an S106 agreement. There is the standard B&G condition, which applies to all relevant development. We also have, I believe, a bespoke biodiversity net gain condition on this. So, notwithstanding the localised loss, overall there should be a gain as per the requirements. In regard to tandem or backland development, I acknowledge your concern, and we have also taken that into account, and we have identified a certain degree of harm in regards to that, which is why we have done a balancing exercise having regard to the conservation area and the locally listed buildings. In terms of the loss of trees, that is also acknowledged, and we have accordingly apportioned weight towards that. I don't know if that answers all your queries, or...
So who's going to be managing the parking? Because look, what I'm very concerned about is that when they have too many cars...
You've asked about the parking, and please allow the officer to answer the question.
But I want to be very clear about why I'm asking.
I think we quite got it from the first time you asked.
Okay.
So in regard to parking, overall, my understanding is that there would be a loss of parking on street for the formation of the access, there would be a loss of parking for the property at number 5, which currently has a number of parking spaces, but in my view, this would be offset by the new parking arrangements being formed to the rear of these properties as annotated in this drawing above. In addition, each of the units would have 2 parking spaces and there would be 3 visitor spaces. The proposal is subject to conditions recommended from HBC Highways in regard to matters of safety for the access, and I can refer you to the particular conditions if you wish.
What I actually asked was who's going to be managing it, because I can see there being a lot of dangerous parking here along the access road when there are too many cars. Is it going to be privately managed? Because we know it's not going to be managed by the council.
So in regard to the parking concerns that have been raised, a condition can be added to this condition requiring setting out a parking management strategy which would need to be accorded with, and that would be prior to commencement of parking on the site.
I would recommend that, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sussman.
Thank you. Just want to clarify something, sorry, talking about the public right-of-way and the entrance road. If the public right-of-way for safety measures was to be fenced off, because that does concern me of cars being able to drive on the different colour that the path, the road may be, what would be the minimum width of the road without the path? That's my question. Then I'll finish my sentence.
It's difficult to answer because the right-of-way doesn't have a recorded width. So the right-of-way authority have no ability to define that it needs to be X.
But haven't we defined that that's 2-something metres at widest? Did one of the officers say that the public right-of-way at widest would be that?
That's what the applicant is providing against the definitive map, which is the record of rights-of-way within Hertfordshire. There is no recorded width.
Okay, sorry, is it possible, because I know that whilst the applicant can't ask us, we can ask a question of what is the width of that road at the narrowest point if the public right-of-way was to be fenced off?
Would you like to come to the mic if you wish? Would you like to come to the mic? Obviously, you know the scheme in a lot more detail, so I'm quite happy to allow you to answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman. The start of the access road is 4.8 metres wide, okay? Then it tapers slightly and runs along a bit for 4.2 metres width, and then it widens up again to 4.8. Okay, so along the flank of number 5 Cobden Hill is about 4.2 metres, okay? But in front of number 5 Cobden Hill it's 4.8, and that is what highways require at that width of the road. And then, like you say, the public footpath isn't really, you know, some bits of it are like 3 foot wide. It's not really defined on site. So what we propose, and we have to do that obviously in consultation with the county council, because the county council are responsible for the right-of-way. It's a public right-of-way. So basically we've got to work with the county council to do a scheme of sort of widening and surface improvements, which they're happy with. And we've had informal discussions with the footpath officer, and she was happy with what we're proposing.
All right. Thank you. I think we've got the idea and the gist of the measurement, so I appreciate that. Councillor Sussman.
Sorry, just to quickly come back. This is what really worries me, is that we have a public right of way that is really not going to be a public right of way. And I think the only way this can work is if that is fenced off and then we're left with a narrow road, because from a safety point of view, it is a public right of way and it has been there a lot longer than this development that was even thought about. So that does concern me as well.
I'm sure our highways officer will have some comments to make on the safety aspect of it.
I would just like to point out we commonly have rights of way along private driveways. Rights of way by their very nature are just established over years, and the definitive map. And I've mentioned that there is no recorded width. It's just because that is a route that has become established. It's being proposed as a shared surface, a 10-mile-an-hour zone, informal zone, but with the speed restraint that the raised table imposes, vehicles will be doing about 10 miles an hour. There are few vehicles going in or out. We've discussed trip generation. Within a shared surface, there would be no harm. Pedestrians would likely be on the lighter coloured material, but there is no reason that pedestrians and vehicles cannot interact within a shared surface.
My last sentence, one sentence.
You're pushing your luck. Yes.
I know. The officers say that the area will be defined, and the applicant did just say that it's not really defined.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes. My view on this access, and it is a tricky stretch of road, and cars can turn off it into, as I mentioned, the tennis club and the rugby club and the church hall. But the difference here is that it's affecting people who already live there, and this is just happening to where they live, and it's going to affect access to their houses. And some of the existing Cobden Hill cottages will also now have to park at the back and use this access and walk down it. So it's complicated, and we spent a long time looking at that quite abstract graphic. We spent about an hour looking at that, and I'm not sure we're really confident about what it's going to look like or how it's going to work, because there's a potential crossing. A lot hangs on that word potential. We've got some bits of colour coding. I suggest that we defer and ask the applicant with officers to come back with much more detailed representations of what that access is going to look like, with some CGI and some widths and some impressions of what the surface is going to look like, how the footpath will be demarked from the carriageway, so we can actually consider it properly and in detail, because we are making a lot of guesswork from that very abstract diagram. So for that reason, when the time is right, I will move a deferral.
Members, we've had quite a detailed discussion on this, and I do have two more speakers left to go. I intend to hear those, and then we will come back to Councillor Allen's proposal. Councillor Richards, and then Councillor Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. So I do have quite a few concerns. I've been listening, trying to balance things out. My question, as it was whenever, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, but I'm not sure it's still, well, I'll put it out there and I'll describe my concern. So my question is, we heard during the advocacy that officers were sure that it was mostly compliant, but not entirely compliant. So I'd just like to hear the officer's view on that point. In terms of weighing things up, I'm probably minded to second Councillor Allen's proposal for deferment. But that said, I'm not entirely sure that deferring it will change things, because the crux of the matter is that number 5, house number 5 and house number 3 are there. They're not going anywhere. So there's only there is no wriggle room in terms of access. But in terms of pros and cons generally, for me, the access primarily is the point of concern. The other is the loss of trees, and we need to distinguish that between BNG and tree amenities. The trees are, you know, an amenity in their own right. So it isn't just a question about BNG, which I appreciate we've got a good handle on and policy, and the hierarchy does suggest that we aim for Hertsmere for the location of BNG, but it's the actual loss of trees themselves. Yeah. I walked there today down the public footpath. I think it's the only real way to sort of do this justice, so I'd highly recommend a site visit if we do defer it.
You make some valid points, and obviously in your mind you are a little bit more certain, but there does seem to be a lot of confusion around this access point into the development, which other members may be not as clear on as yourself. So, yeah, there are some questions that are still hanging over the access onto the site, and I don't know if we should revisit that at a future date to look at a more detailed plan on those circumstances. But members, it's down to you to make that decision and that call. I have Councillor Georgiou last, and then Councillor Allen will come back to you.
Thank you. My question was around the parking issue again. I feel like lots of issues are being raised, which I don't feel that have adequate reason to be raised. So I feel that there's a lot of parking on the site, both in this proposal. But also, I'd just like to confirm the distance to the nearest council-owned car park. As I understand that there's a car park behind Boots on Watling Street, which is around 0.3 miles away and has 196 car parking spaces. And so if, as Councillor Brisky has said, somebody is having a very large party, I mean, I don't know how many people you could fit in a house of this size, there is adequate parking nearby for people to be able to park their cars and walk to that house and enjoy a massive party, whether it be a birthday, a bar mitzvah, or, you know, any other type of party that they might be having in the local area.
Thank you. Councillor Allen. No, I'm sorry, I'm going to Councillor
Allen. I didn't... To move the deferral?
If that's what you want to propose.
But
I would urge us to defer on all grounds.
Yes.
With the understanding that we have serious issues around the access and...
Yeah, I'll formulate that into a form of words. I mean, my argument is that, as it stands, I don't feel confident about supporting this. But I also don't feel that confident about opposing it, because I don't think we can quite judge it. And therefore, my suggestion to members is that we need, and to officers, is that we need much more information, much more clarity, visual clarity, measurements on the access. And therefore, I propose that we defer on all grounds to allow officers and the applicant to work on that.
I have someone to second that. Councillor Quilty, you seconded? Thank you.
Yes, I'll second.
Lovely. We're now going to go back to officers to see if they have any comments to make before we go to the vote.
Will we refuse on it? No, don't.
Sir Allen, can you switch your mic off, please?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councillor Gray?
Switch your mic off, please.
All I'd like to add is that matters of that level of detail are normally dealt with via condition, and where deemed appropriate, an appropriate condition could be applied in regard to details of the access widths in consultation with the highway authority materials to help separate out the public footpath from the carriageway, etc. So that is an alternative.
Do you want to consider what the officers have said first and foremost, or do you still want to move on?
It's not just down to me, is it? But from my point of view, I think I would stand by my suggestion of the deferral.
Then we go to the vote.
Sorry, if we can just recap. So, Councillor Allen, you're proposing a recommendation to defer on all grounds, in particular on the access way. Is that correct? Yes, thank you.
Pending better visualisation, more information and questions answered on the access.
Okay, thank you. And it's been seconded by Councillor Quilty. Thank you. Okay, if we can go for a vote on that recommendation that's put forward, and it's for, against or abstain. Councillor Allen?
4.
Councillor Amron?
Against.
Councillor Brisky?
Against.
Councillor Giorgio?
Against.
Councillor Handley? Councillor Kazar?
Against.
Councillor Lambert?
4.
Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Quilty? Councillor Richards?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Councillor Gray?
Against.
So there's 8 that have voted against the recommendation of deferral. So a new proposal will be required.
Councillor Giorgio.
I'd like to recommend that we vote for this application on the basis that many of the questions that have been raised today have been adequately answered, and in favour of the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Myers.
Happy to second.
Can I propose an amendment to that, please?
We have a vote on the table, Councillor
Yes,
Brisky.
and I can propose an amendment to the motion that's been proposed. And I would like to propose that we include a condition for parking management strategy to be submitted by the applicant, so that because the width of the access road is insufficient, and I am very concerned about the risk of cars parking along the access
Are you
road.
proposing that we put a condition on to look at the parking management strategy of the site?
Yes, for the applicant to submit one.
Well, yeah. And also, do we want to look at the informative to suggest that BNG gains are limited to we strive to have them placed in Hertsmere first and foremost before we go outside of the borough?
If we could, that would be great. Thank you.
Then in that case, we shall move to the vote.
Thank you. So the recommendation is within the papers, subject to the updates on the conditions. If I can get members to vote on the recommendation. Councillor Allen?
Against.
Councillor Amron?
Against.
Councillor Brisky?
Against.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
Against.
Councillor Myers?
4.
Councillor Quilty?
Against.
Councillor Richards?
Against.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Councillor Gray?
4.
That's 5 for, 7 against. So that recommendation hasn't been carried. So we do need an alternative recommendation.
Councillor Brisky.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to propose that we refuse planning permission for this application on the grounds that this is inappropriate tandem development in a conservation area and would result in the loss of trees, which would also be very harmful. It is not in a suitable location. I think that's enough for now, unless anyone
Well,
has...
it's your one and only opportunity, because we will be going to the vote momentarily.
Pardon?
It's your one and only opportunity, because we will be going to the vote momentarily.
And due to concerns around the access.
Councillor Lambert.
Can I add to that list? It's in contravention of the
You need to ask Councillor Brisky if he's happy for you to add it to the list.
Okay, yep.
Sorry, before we have a vote, can I just seek crystal clear clarity on the reason for refusal? I made note of unsuitable location, access, tandem development.
Yep.
Would you be able to just kindly refresh my memory
And
of the
lots
other...
of trees.
Lots of trees.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening. What about local plan? Yeah, it's some breach of the neighbourhood plan, but I think that comes under conservation area.
With Councillor Brisky's permission.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, Councillor Brisky's given me permission to also add that it is
Councillor
in...
Brisky needs to check with me if it's okay to...
Can you check
I'm
with...
listening. Can you ask me informally?
Councillor Brisky, Is it all right if we add in that it's in breach of the neighbourhood plan? And I also believe that there has not been a valid traffic plan sort of, because there are far more spaces for all the houses in front. So in fact, the plan that we had about traffic management of how many ins and outs is now vastly exacerbated by the properties at the front.
Councillor Brisky, as you've proposed the motion, I'd like you to summarise for officers all of the amendments that have been made by your colleagues, please.
We do not believe that it complies with the Radlett neighbourhood plan. We do not believe that it is a suitable location within a conservation area. It does not comply with Part D design, SPD, because it's tandem development. The loss of trees has been identified as very harmful by our own officer. What was yours?
Mine was the Radlett neighbourhood plan.
Yeah, Radlett neighbourhood, I've mentioned that. And yes, and of course the access.
Okay. So,
officers, do you want to try and summarise that? Please?
Sure. So I think I understand your concerns. I do need to be clear on the matter of the access that, generally speaking, this is regarded as a technical matter in regards to HBC's analysis. Now, in terms of how much weight we apportion something like loss of trees, harm to the conservation area, it being a backland development, etc., that's a weighting exercise that's open to subjective opinion. But in terms of things like access matter and highway safety, generally they're regarded as technical. And what that means is that unless we have evidence to the contrary, not only could we potentially lose the appeal on such grounds, we could also leave ourselves open to costs in terms of unreasonable behaviour. So,
okay.
I'm not trying to amend your proposed reason for refusal, but I'm just inviting evidence to the contrary in terms of that particular matter, or possibly amending the suggested reason for refusal.
I'm happy. Yeah, you know what? I originally only gave a smaller number of reasons because we've been told many times by officers that it's always better to give a small number of good reasons than a big number of less good reasons. And when it comes to the planning balance, it seems the committee has taken a different view to officers in terms of how much harm they think this will cause, and the benefits in favour of development on this site. So we will stick to the loss of trees, we will stick to the conservation area, and we will stick to the... Yeah, and... yeah, that comes under, I think, the conservation area of the neighbourhood plan.
So can I have your final list then, because I need this to be crystal clear.
Okay, we're going to refuse a planning permission on this site because we are not satisfied with tandem development in a conservation area and with the loss of trees.
Do I have somebody who's willing to second that? Councillor Sussman, thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is for refusal, as Councillor Brisky has just set out, is seconded by Councillor Sussman. So if I can take the vote, please. Councillor Allen?
For refusal.
Councillor Amron?
For.
Councillor Brisky?
For.
Councillor Giorgio?
Against refusal.
Councillor Handley?
Against refusal.
Councillor Kazar?
Against.
Councillor Lambert?
For.
Councillor Myers?
Against refusal.
Councillor Quilty? For. Councillor Richards?
Abstain.
Councillor Sussman?
For refusal.
Councillor Gray?
Against refusal.
So that's 6 for refusal and 5 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Councillor Lambert.
can I just understand what's happened? We've voted against this
Sorry,
application.
if I can clarify, the recommendation was refusal, and that's been carried for the reasons as set out.
Right. But the application is still refused?
That's correct. The
Yeah.
application has been refused.
Okay, good.
Are we up to speed, Councillor Lambert? Lovely. Members, we've been going for 2.5 hours. I'm suggesting a 10-minute comfort break if everybody's happy with that. I'll see you back in the chamber at 8:40. back at the ranch. So the next item of agenda is 5C, 251229 FUL, land off Andrew Close in Shenley. And I'm asking Josh to present this. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Chair. So this application proposes the erection of a community hub and associated infrastructure provision, including vehicle access, parking, footpaths, cycle storage, bin storage and landscaping. The application's at committee as the site is owned by Hertsmere Borough Council. I just wanted to draw the members' attention to the update sheet, as there's been a couple of updates on the application since the committee report was published. So firstly, comments from Herts Ecology have now been received following the publication of the report. As per their comments, they raise no concerns from an ecological perspective. As the on-site biodiversity gains are not significant, we won't need a legal agreement in this case to secure those or any management of them. So we've updated the recommendation accordingly. Comments were also received from the Council's partnership team with regard to the community access plan, and they have no concerns with that. And also some further comments were received from members of the public, which have been responded to. So here's the site location plan. So you can see the application site outlined in red, and then the blue line is the wider land ownership parcel. So that wider area forms part of a area of open space, so that measures 1.22 hectares, and then the application site itself is 0.18 hectares. So you can see an aerial view of the site here. So again, the site roughly outlined in red, the wider area of open space. This arrow points to the approximate location of the proposed hub. You've got the existing access to the field here, which would be utilised. You can see the footpath link leading from Andrew Close up to the north here, so that link would be maintained, albeit the footpath would be slightly rerouted around the proposed car park. You've got existing parade of shops within Shenley here, and the associated car park of about 72 spaces. It's also worth noting there's a couple of parking bays here on Andrew Close. There's a few site photos. So the top left shows you the pedestrian footpath link that I mentioned just now. Top right shows the existing vehicular access, which would be utilised for the new hub. This is the just on the other side of that access within the parkland, so this is roughly where the building would be located. And this is just to show you that existing car park in front of the parade of shops, with roughly 72 spaces. Here's the proposed site layout. So this is the community hub building here. You can see it's got a green roof. That's an intensive green roof, which means it's essentially a more biodiverse green roof with it allows for deeper rooting plants to grow. You've got the external spill out space, which would allow for a variety of uses which spill out onto that open space, and also you can have seating out there. Bin storage, bicycle storage, the car park here to the south of the building, so space of 10 parking spaces. Maintenance access to the field just to the south of the car park, and you can see proposed tree and hedgerow planting around the building, and this is where the footpath would be diverted around the new car park. So just to show you some elevations of the buildings, you can obviously see it's quite a contemporary design. So you've got a sort of low profile slanting green roof, as I mentioned, the use of black weatherboarding. You've got this glazed elevation here is facing onto the open space, so views over the open space and also allowing those uses to spill out onto it, as I mentioned. And you've got the roof overhangs some of the external areas as well to provide shade and cover. Is the floor plan. So the building would act as the office for the Shenley Parish Council, so you can see the office room here, but also it'll be open to hire by local community groups, so things like scouts or sort of yoga and those sorts of community groups that want to use it. So there's a multi-use hall for that purpose, with the doors opening out to the parkland. Also a meeting room here, if required. And then you've got your sort of general ancillary uses, so a kitchen, toilets, plant rooms, etc. Just in terms of the principle of development, so the provision of a community hub is supported in the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan, subject to other technical considerations being addressed. So that's policy SH 5.2. Policy map SH4 is shown within the neighbourhood plan. You can see outlined in green circles are key locations for the delivery of community facilities within the village. So the site does fall within this larger circle, sort of towards the centre of the site. So therefore, the delivery of the hub in this location is supported by that policy of the neighbourhood plan. The site is, however, designated as open space by policy SADM 34. That means that sites allocated as open space means that development on those sites are only permitted in certain circumstances. That includes buildings which are ancillary or support and enhance the quality and accessibility of those spaces. So in this case, it's considered the development would support and enhance the quality of the open space by enabling a greater variety of uses to utilise that open space. As I mentioned earlier, spilling out onto space and enabling those types of uses in that location. In terms of design, I've highlighted the key policies here, including the neighbourhood plan policy. There's also some sort of 3D renders of the building here that you can see. So again, it would be a low profile with intensive green roof, timber cladding. Officers consider that is a high quality design, and it would assimilate well with the parkland setting of the site, particularly with the slanting green roof towards the open space. Regard has been given to the requirements of the Shenley Design Code, and they don't present any reason to oppose the scheme on design grounds. In terms of amenity, so the closest dwelling is number 16, Andrew Close, you can see here, which is about 25 metres away from the proposed hub. So Environmental Health have reviewed the application, and they've recommended a condition requiring noise mitigation measures to be secured before any uses that are deemed noisier than a planning committee meeting could be used in the building. We've slightly amended that condition to also enable operating hours and other operational restrictions to be secured if that's deemed necessary. So subject to that condition, there are no concerns with regard to amenity or sort of impact on daylight sunlight outlook. With regard to highways and parking, so as mentioned, the existing access would be utilised. Highways Authority have reviewed that and consider it to be suitable. There would be a shortfall of 11 car parking spaces compared to the SPD requirement. However, it should be noted that policy CS25 requires us to consider a range of matters alongside the SPD requirements, including the intended use of the development and its level of accessibility by modes of transport other than the private vehicle. So in this case, the location of the building would be central to the village, in between Porters Park and the historic village core. Its purpose is to serve the residents of the village as a community hub, and so given that the vast majority of residents live less than 1 kilometre from the site, it's expected that the vast majority of trips would be expected to be taken on foot, and that's backed up by national surveys and data on travel below less than a mile. We've also secured a travel plan via condition which would further encourage people to travel sustainably to and from the site. There are bus services within 50 metres of the site, and as mentioned, there's also that existing car park opposite the site with about 72 parking spaces. In terms of trips generated from the development. So based on other examples of similar developments in the county, a low level of trip generation is expected, and trips would mainly be outside of peak hours. So on that basis, the overall highways impact and parking provision is considered to be acceptable. It should also be noted that if the parking was increased in line with the SPD requirement, it would then obviously create a larger car park, which would spread further into the parkland and result in a greater loss of open space and impact on visual amenity. So that's something to weigh up in that consideration too. In terms of other matters, no concerns are raised from a flood risk or drainage perspective. As mentioned before, Ecology have now responded, so subject to conditions to secure full details of biodiversity net gain, no concerns are raised, and there's no reason why the 10% requirement couldn't be achieved. In terms of sustainability, so the building would be built with 40% betterment upon the building regulation requirements. We've also proposed a condition to secure details of how solar panels could be fitted in the future if deemed necessary or desired. And in terms of trees, there would be some low quality category C trees that would be lost, but these would be appropriately offset by replacement planting in compliance with policy SADM 12. So there are no concerns from that perspective. So overall, the recommendation is to delegate to the Head of Planning, Economic Development and Climate Change, or the Development Manager to grant permission subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We have speakers, so please listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. It's the black button to speak. So can I call Councillor Jonathan Shaw from Shenley Parish Council, who's one of the co-applicants, to speak on behalf of the application. You have 3 minutes when you're ready, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. Members, good evening. My name's Jonathan Shaw and I'm speaking on behalf of Shenley Parish Council in support of this application. This project is something we've dreamed of for many years. Shenley has grown enormously from a small village of around 300 homes to a thriving parish of over 4,000 electors today. Yet despite that growth, we still have no proper home of our own. At present, the Parish Council operates from what was once the public toilets on London Road, a space of just 24 square metres. It has no staff toilet, no private area where residents can meet with us confidentially. For public meetings, we have to carry equipment across to the privately owned village hall, which we only have limited access to and must book up to a year in advance. Each time, we run cables over footpaths and have nowhere to store screens or projectors. We wrote into the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan, adopted in 2021, our clear ambition to deliver a parish and community hub, a place where residents could drop in, where community groups could gather, and where people could get help and advice locally. The site was originally earmarked for a primary school as part of the Porters Park development, so the principle of community use there has long been established. It's also fully supported by policy SH 5.2 of the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan and your own local policies, which encourage improved community infrastructure in sustainable, accessible locations. The design is modern but sensitive, a modest single-storey building with a green roof, timber cladding and generous landscaping. Over 85% of the site remains open and enhanced for public use, with biodiversity and drainage improvements built in. Most importantly, it will give Shenley residents somewhere that truly belongs to them, a place where local groups can meet, where the parish can host events and advice sessions, and where residents can come in for help without having to travel miles to borough offices. With the changes to local government expected in the coming years, parishes like ours will be asked to take on more responsibility. We want to be ready, and we need a proper base from which to do that. This proposal is modest in scale but huge in its importance for our community. It's about community spirit, accessibility and ensuring we can serve residents properly. We're proud to have worked closely with officers and partners to bring forward a policy-compliant, sustainable scheme that delivers a long-standing vision for Shenley. We respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation and help us finally give Shenley the community hub it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now call on Councillor Sussman as Community Advocate to speak in favour of the application? You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel privileged to be able to speak as the Community Advocate in favour of the application for a community hub in Shenley. What has been really interesting to note since the community engagement is the number of people who have popped into my office and sat and chatted to me about this application, and through that have come to understand not only the need for a hub, but also the benefits that will be far-reaching to all members of the community. Up until our clerk, Amanda, started with us in 2011, all our clerks had worked from home, meaning there was no public access to them on a day-to-day basis. We wanted to change that and be more present and available for residents. In 2012, the Shenley public toilets became available. So we took these over, the lease over, from Hertsmere and turned part of it into a small office, retaining the other half as a public toilet. This gave Amanda and the Parish Council a base to store equipment and paperwork. Very quickly, we ran out of space. There is barely space to swing a mouse, let alone a cat in there. And with the toilets being continually vandalised, they now have to remain shut, leaving Amanda working somewhere that is totally unfit for purpose and falling short of the HSE standards. When we organise community events, we are spilling into the road, which is hardly practical and is a health and safety nightmare. We need somewhere so that residents of all ages can enjoy Christmas, Halloween, Hanukkah and other community events in a proper, purpose-built safe space, which the hub will offer. This will also be available for community groups to use. We currently have to hire the village hall for all our meetings, which we have to book a year in advance. And if we want to put any other meetings on or community events, it is very difficult to hire the village hall at short notice, as it has block bookings every night of the week. This is also costly, and what most people don't realise is that the village hall is actually not the village hall, it's a privately run venue. When we have a public meeting, which all our committees must be, as Jonathan just said, we have to run cables from the offices across the path to the village hall so that we can get an internet connection into the hall. We also have to carry over a screen, projector and the broadcasting equipment from the office to the hall. Again, not great with the limited Wi-Fi, and the quality of what we can broadcast is greatly implicated. We're always concerned that residents will trip and fall due to the cables, or the router that has to sit on a chair just inside the main entrance. It's all very Vicar of Dibley at the moment. I think that the main objections have arisen from the concern of loss of green space or the views that people have come to cherish from their rear windows. However, the site was originally earmarked as a primary school, and the principle of community use here is nothing new. It's fully supported by policy SH 5.2 of the neighbourhood plan and our own local policies here at Hertsmere, which encourage improved community infrastructure in sustainable and accessible locations. This site is perfectly sited in Shenley. There could not geographically be a better site for this hub. It is easily accessible to all those in the village and from all parts of Porters Park. Furthermore, it will have very little impact on the neighbours' outlooks, being sited at the far end of this green, close to the shops and other local amenities, and will take up less than 20% of the whole site, so not impinging on anything it is currently used for now. This was the site that we taught our kids to ride their bikes on many moons ago, and there will still be loads of space available for many more kids to learn to ride bikes there. The village has bloomed and blossomed over the year to the wonderful place it is, and we need to be ready for the changes to local government coming in 2028. We need to be ready to serve the residents in a local council building, as their local council building may be many miles away. To sum up, I cannot reiterate how much a building that is relatively modest in scale will make such a huge difference to our community. I note some hats behind me that say, make Shenley great again. I don't agree with them. Shenley has always been great, and this will make them better. To sum up, I wish to thank officers for their comprehensive report and ask that everyone supports this on the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll see you in a couple of applications' time. Officers, do you have any questions or anything you want to raise? No. Members, any questions? Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to say anything about planning whatsoever. I will say that it looks absolutely fantastic, but I completely understand what Shenley Parish Council are trying to do here. Coming from a neighbouring parish council myself at South Mimsam Ridge, completely understand the need for proper office space, a proper place for people to meet, and I'm fully behind what they're trying to do with this community hub. And when the time comes, I will be very happy to propose it. Thank you.
Councillor Georgiou.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree in terms of some of the excellent words that we've heard this evening about this site. I did want to just ask a couple of questions, or just a question around the some of the questions that were raised by members of the public. So there were some questions around the use of the site and how we can guarantee that the public will, and community groups will be able to use this site. I understand that on some previous applications in our borough, for example, our local swimming pool, you know, you can put in recommendations or requirements that you know, a site is made available to the public for an hour a week or something along those lines. I just wanted to understand what our ability is to make those recommendations to say, you know, for example, it could be used by a local group for an hour a week for free, something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so there is a condition that we've recommended for that purpose. So condition 7 is for a community access plan. So that would essentially require a strategy to be put in place to ensure that members of the community and local groups have access to the building and to secure that. So any hours and any restrictions in place, pricing policies, etc. So that condition would cover that off.
Thank you. A quick couple of questions from me. Yes, absolutely beautiful looking building. I don't know if it's the red kind of baseball caps in the room or the fact that I'm extremely hungry, but it is giving me 1960s diner and kind of drive-through, and could probably murder a Big Mac right now, but the burgers are available. But more on a serious note, the green roof, while I don't disagree with green roofs, and I do like them, it's the maintenance of them that causes me issues, because sometimes you see a lot of these buildings who have these things that let them go to rack and ruin, and it's just a dead roof. What I couldn't see in the papers, but is there anything we can do, or is there any kind of maintenance that's going to be done to make sure that it remains a living green roof as opposed to a kind of dead kind of straw roof?
Yeah, I do appreciate concerns on that. I suppose in terms of, we do have a condition for the landscaping scheme, so, and that condition does say about if soft landscaping dies or is removed or dies of disease, etc., within a period of 10 years, then it shall be continue to be replaced within that period. So it's my understanding that that condition could cover the likes of the green roof as sort of soft landscaping within the scheme. We can add some wording to sort of clarify that it includes the green roof, if that would sort of alleviate your concerns.
Yeah, just because when they do die off, and you see some buildings out and about that have the green walls or the green roofs, and when they're not looked after, they actually look really, really bad. So I'd like something to just strengthen that to ensure that it remains a vibrant and living green roof. Councillor Brisky.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have seen a range of opinions from within Shenley about this application. Some are for, some are against. Some have even taken the time to write to me. I'm sure other members of the committee have also received emails from Shenley residents to oppose this application. However, what I would say is that, you know, some of the issues that are raised go beyond what we can consider in this committee, and we can only really consider material planning considerations. So my advice to those residents would be to engage with their local parish councillors about some of these concerns, because we can only consider whether it complies with policy, and I think it does. But you just raised the point about the green roof, and it's quite an interesting one, because the green roof is being used as an excuse to not provide solar panels. And I think that is a huge disappointment, in my opinion. You know, this is a site where we actually could improve the biodiversity in the adjacent site in the park, unlike the previous application where that wasn't being proposed. So the green roof is being provided in order to meet the BNG requirement. I understand that. But I just find it very upsetting how we are being put under pressure to put solar panels on our arable farmland, not on the roofs. Yes, I know there's been a condition proposed about that, but it's not a very robust condition, I have to say. So I was wondering if the committee views solar panels as more important than a green roof.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah, all very straightforward, all good, well done. It's the kind of thing we'd like to do in Bushy, but we don't have a site. So wish them luck, and this has my full support when the time comes.
Councillor Myers, I'm coming back to you if you want to propose.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendations.
Are you happy to add the strengthening of the landscape conditions?
Very happy indeed.
Do I have a seconder for this? Ooh, so many hands going up. Councillor Kaza, thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is set out in the report, subject to the updates and updates to the condition. If I can take the vote. Councillor Allen?
4.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Brisky?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
4.
Councillor Myers?
4.
Councillor Quilty? 4. Councillor Richards?
4.
Councillor Gray?
4.
That's unanimous. That's been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So agenda item 5D, which is 251309 FUL at 20 Andrews Close in Shenley. And Marcus, I believe you're up for this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The application is for the installation of an air conditioning unit on the rear elevation. The reason this is for committee consideration is because Councillor Sussman is affiliated with the applicant's business. This is just a site location plan. Here we have an aerial view, Andrew Close, an arrow showing the existing AC unit in situ at number 18, Porters Park Drive, and land off Andrew Close, which we have just heard. The application site consists of a 2-storey mixed-use building located between Porters Park Drive and Andrew Close. The ground floor of the building comprises an estate agents known as Shenley Estates. It is understood that the first floor of the building is in residential use. This slide shows a couple of the site visit photos. You can see the existing AC unit in situ on the bottom left-hand site photo, and then just some of the front and rear of the site. The character and appearance, no design constraints on the site in relation to conservation area, heritage or greenbelt. The proposal informs the Shenley neighbourhood plan. It will be sited at the rear of 20 Andrew Close, which is facing the service yard. As I've mentioned, there's already an existing AC unit in situ at number 18, as well as extraction fans and flues adjacent to the site. Therefore, the AC unit will assimilate within the commercial context and be largely screened from the public domain. The proposed unit is 1.9 metres above ground level, 0.8 metres in height. It projects 0.3 metres from the rear wall and 0.9 metres in width. And on the site is an indicative photo of the AC unit and where it would be sited. Other considerations, environmental health were consulted, raising no objections, subject to the implementation of a noise plant condition. No objection from Shenley Parish Council, subject to Hertsmere Borough Council taking in any comments, considerations from neighbours. and no objections from highways, subject to the inclusion of informatives. And then just the distance to the nearest residential property from the proposed development, number 8, is 24 metres away approximately. In conclusion, I recommend that we grant permission subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. We have no speakers on this item, so members, do you have any questions at all? Councillor Brisky.
I was just going to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
A little premature, but I'll check if other members have got any other questions first. Any other members? There is one. I just want to know why highways were consulted on something that's going on a wall that's 7 foot in the air, but that's by the by. Councillor Brisky, are you proposing? Seconder, Councillor Lambert.
Thank you. Recommendations as set out in the report. If members can vote, please. Councillor Allen?
4.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Brisky?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
4.
Councillor Myers?
4.
Councillor Quilty?
4.
Councillor Richards?
4.
Councillor Gray?
4.
That's unanimous. That's been carried. Thank you.
Fabulous. Can we fetch Councillor Sussman back into the room for the final application, please? Right, members, application 5E, which is 250419 HSE, The Elms, Grange Lane in Letchmore Heath. And Monica, I believe you're presenting this one for us, so when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a householder's application at The Elms, Grange Lane, and it is for demolition of the existing re-extension, construction of part single, part two-story re-extension, conversion of loft to habitable space to include rear dormers and a front roof light. Here you can see the location and aerial plans. The constraints map shows that the site is located within the green belt, shown in yellow. It is also located within the Letchmore Heath Conservation Area, that's in purple. The green star shows the Grade 2 listed building, and the 4-pointed star, which is in blue, shows all the locally listed buildings surrounding the site, and the red line shows the site boundary. Okay, sorry, fine. Here you can see site visit photos. On the left is the front elevation from Grange Lane with the application site outlined in red. On the right is the rear elevation showing the existing single-story rear extension that will be demolished and replaced. So. Sorry about that. And these photos shows a views of the courtyard area. On the left is the view looking towards north, the property called the Annex. On the right is the view looking south towards the Grade 2 listed building and the arch leading towards Grange Lane. I just would like to clarify the query at the technical meeting, that in terms of whether the courtyard could be considered as part of the street scene, given that the arch connects the courtyard to the street. So as you can see from the photos, the arch has a door, and on the site visit it was closed. Therefore, it is an indication that the access through this arch from the street is not always open for the public and can be closed at any point by the residents sharing this courtyard. Also, there are refuse bins located under the arch, and it indicates that it is used more for private and domestic purposes. Arches that form part of the street scene do not typically have doors that could be closed at any time. These are the existing and proposed plans side by side. On the left, you can see proposed single-story side extension, which is here. It is up to 2 meters tall by the shear boundary. And this is approximately 2.5 meters extension. On the first floor, it is proposed to extend the existing first floor element by 1.25 meters towards the rear, which is here. Here you can see the loft plans side by side. The proposed shows 2 dormers, which would serve WC and a new staircase. And here we have roof plans, existing and proposed. Here you can see side-by-side front to the left and rear to the right elevations. The difference to the front is a proposed conservation-style roof light, which is here. And to the rear, you can see 2 rear dormers. As well, side extension. And I would just like to clarify that these are very lightweight conservatory style extensions which has a contrasting look and extensive glazing. And here you can see the existing and proposed side elevations. So this east elevation shows the extent of the first floor extension, which is very modest addition. And then here we have the existing side, west side, and this is a proposed. So you can see that all the openings from the side would be removed. And this elevation also shows the sloped glazed roof and the rear extension. Moving to the key planning considerations, which are Greenbelt policy, design and heritage impact, given the conservation area and the adjacent listed building, impact on residential amenity, and car parking provision. I will address each of these in turn. Turning now to Greenbelt considerations, the proposal has been assessed under paragraph 154C of the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that development in the Greenbelt is inappropriate unless the extension or alteration of a building does not result in disproportionate additions over and above the size of the original building. The submitted footprint and volume calculations demonstrate that the proposed extensions, including the previous ground floor addition to the original building, would result in overall increase of 38.69% in footprint and 26.78% in volume. It has been considered that the additions are subservient in scale and design. They do not dominate or overwhelm the original building. While there are no rigid thresholds in policy, increases of this scale where the extensions remain clearly subservient to the original building are generally considered proportionate. Therefore, the proposal complies with the MPPF. Moving to the design and heritage considerations, the site is located within the Hertsmere Heath Conservation Area, and it is also adjacent to the Old Bakery Cottage, a Grade 2 listed building. We received heritage consultation responses from Place Services, and I will take you through their key comments on the next slide. Our heritage consultants assessed the scheme and they find the bulk of the proposal acceptable. The first floor rear extension and all ground floor extensions are supported, subject to materials. The concerns are specifically about the dormer windows and front roof light. The rear dormers are considered by the consultant too large, and conservation roof lights would be preferred. In terms of front roof light, is not supported as a modern feature in the conservation area. And the heritage consultant concluded that the proposed development would result in less than substantial harm under the paragraph 215 MPPF. However, there are important considerations I will explain now regarding the local context and permitted development fallback position. I would like to draw your attention to this aerial image of the surrounding area. The red triangles mark projecting gables and front, rear, and side dormers on properties in the vicinity. The heritage consultant has raised concerns about the size and scale of the proposed rear dormer windows. However, this image shows that there are many projecting gables in this area, and they vary significantly in size and design. Importantly, the proposed dormers remain subservient to the host dwelling, and they are proportionate to the main roof slope and are not considered to appear overly dominant. Overall, projecting gables are clearly an established and common feature of the local character in Hertsmere Heath, and the dormers would not harm the character of the conservation area. Now let me show you the permitted development fallback for the front roof light. As mentioned, the conservation officer has said the front roof light is not supported within the conservation area as it's a modern feature and would impact the traditional roofscape and street scene. However, there is an important material consideration here. The front roof light is akin to permitted development rights. Permitted development could allow multiple front roof lights. As you can see on the left-hand side, that what could be akin to permitted development. The proposed development includes only one, and its conservation style. So while the applicant hasn't submitted a certificate of lawfulness, the site retains permitted development rights, with the exception of street-facing window replacement, which is controlled by an Article 4 direction. This means that more than one roof light, as shown to the left side drawing, could be installed without permission, and the proposal to the right side is more restrained than the fallback position. Turning now to residential amenity impact. Objections were received raising concerns regarding the first floor extension, specifically its depth and rear window. As you can see from the drawings, the top image shows the fallback position. So under permitted development rights, you could install that window subject to conditions under that criteria of permitted development. The bottom image shows what's proposed. So the only difference is the depth of the extension, which is 1.25 meters from the existing rear wall at the first floor level, which is very modest depth. Oh, sorry. Also, I would like to show you that, that the existing openings here in the side elevation would be removed, and that would eliminate window-to-window relationship at the moment with the adjacent dwelling, which is counterpart dwelling of the elms. And therefore, I just would like to show you that this is where the window is proposed in the extension. So at the moment we have 6.8 meters distance to the annex. This building is called the annex. So the first floor extension gonna come forward by 1.25 meters and have a window. And these properties are, this window here and this window here are at the oblique angle. And therefore, we do not consider this to be detrimental harm beyond the existing situation and given the permitted development fallback position. It would not justify a reason for refusal. Also, as I just showed in the elevation plans, there is a window-to-window relationship very close within these properties. And removing those side windows, that would eliminate this overlooking issue. So there is an improvement in terms of the relationship with this property here. Concerns were also raised regarding the impact on the rear windows of the grade 2 listed building, which is here just above the arch. The distance from these windows up to the existing rear wall of the first floor element is approximately 6.5. 1.25 meters addition here would not be perceived. We would not consider to be perceived from these windows because these windows are already impacted by the existing situation. So the modest addition here would not detrimentally impact these windows here. And again, this would just not be a strong reason for refusal. I should also mention that the proposed rear dormers windows would be required to be obscurely glazed to prevent any overlooking or any perceived overlooking to the courtyard. That was one of the objections and concerns raised by the residents. Overall, while the proposed development would have some limited impact to the neighboring amenity, it would not result in detrimental harm, and this would not justify a reason for refusal. Finally, regarding highway safety and parking, the site has no on-site parking. It never had. Only on-street parking is available. However, the property remains at 3 bedrooms, so there is no increase in parking demand. The parking situation remains as existing, and therefore no highways concerns are identified. Overall, we are recommending approval, subject to conditions. The scheme represents a sound, policy-compliant proposal which would preserve the character of the conservation area and heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you. We have speakers, so please listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. It's the black button to speak. Please now call Ms. Bridget Walker to speak against this application. You have 3 minutes from when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Walker, owner of the Old Bakery attached to one side of the Elms. I'm also speaking for Bobby Chatt of the Old Bakery Cottage and the Annex, and for Rada Horn of the Spinney attached to the other side of the Elms. The back of my house, both of Bobby's frontages and the side of the Elms are set around a 6-metre wide courtyard, a layout that's unusual and very special within the conservation area. The archway is usually open, and the courtyard is visible from Grange Lane. effectively a supplemental part of the street scene. It is our sole recreation space and gives light, air, and a sense of openness that defines this part of Letchmore Heath. Storing refuse bins in the entrance in the tightly constrained village environment does not detract from this. Despite recent amendments, the proposal would cause serious harm to our properties. For the old bakery cottage, which is Grade 2 listed, the new extension will block the only view of the sky from its sitting room, which was not addressed by the officer. The old bakery would be more overshadowed, losing sunlight to its courtyard and rear windows, and the annex would suffer direct overlooking from a new first-floor window facing its only bedroom. We're also concerned about the sloping glass roof and dormer windows. These increase the height and bulk of the extension. From the road, the Elms is barely set back. A front roof light would be very intrusive, both for Grange Lane and my bedroom window, which is side onto it at very close range. Heritage officers have already said the dormers and roof light would fail to preserve or enhance a conservation area. The proposal, overall, will create new sightlines into neighbouring homes, including the Spinney, as the sloped sides of the rear and side glass extension will allow direct views into its upper windows. The side of the ground floor extension, being built right up to the Spinney's fence line, is too close. It will restrict light to the kitchen, whose only windows overlook its side passage. No one objects to thoughtful improvements, but this proposal goes too far. It would dominate the courtyard, harm the setting of a listed building, and reduce the amenity, privacy and light that our homes currently enjoy. Importantly, this site lies within the Greenbelt, where development should be limited and appropriate. The size and mass of this extension is far beyond what's allowable under permitted development, adding substantially to the original building and eroding the openness which the Greenbelt is meant to protect. For these reasons, and in line with policies CS22 and SADM 30, requiring high-quality design that respects its surroundings and neighbours, we ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I may call Jonathan Taylor, the applicant, to speak to this application. You have 3 minutes when you're ready, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before the application tonight. I purchased the cottage when it had been unoccupied for some considerable period, and it's now been empty for over 2 years. It's an existing 3-bed property with a modest ground floor extension at the rear. This was in use as a bathroom, didn't meet building regs, and needs to be rebuilt. My plan is sensitive to the conservation area of Letchmore Heath and an appropriate refurb of the property, still with 3 beds, but suitable for a family. Plans are to rebuild the rear extension within its existing footprint and to add a 7 square metre single-storey infill to the side, allowing a kitchen dining space for a family to cook and eat in together. Both aspects look onto a lovely garden space which will be retained. In order for a family bathroom to be sited on the first floor, one of the bedrooms on that floor has been sacrificed, and this explains the need to extend into the loft, providing bed 3 with a shower facility up there. Having the 2 rear dormers allows regs-compliant stairs into the second floor space. Page 144 on tonight's agenda, the Ordnance Survey extract shows a large existing side extension on the directly neighbouring property known as the Spinney. A full-width box dormer, together with a full-depth single-storey infill, is in place on a property visible from the bottom of my garden. These are existing built additions in very close proximity. Giving the cottage a future that meets the underpinning sustainability objectives of Hertsmere over its current obsolescence is what the village thrives on. Taking an uninhabitable living space and turning it into a safe and homely family one meets the objectives set out in the empty property strategy. In consultation with planning, dimensions were reduced wherever possible whilst retaining the 3-bed home. There are no windows on the boundary adjoining the courtyard, nor are any new ones proposed. The first floor part of the extension is only 1.25 metre in depth and does not directly overlook. Planning officer has helpfully provided guidance throughout on how we could significantly address the key heritage concerns raised with the original application. That is what we always wanted to do. 997, the design preserves the conservation area's character and appearance, and no justified planning grounds exist for refusal. My objective from the outset has been to take a sadly neglected, unmodernised dwelling not through our fault. We just want to do something modest, sympathetic and sustainable with our development proposal and transform it into one suitable for modern family living. This is an amazing space and I'm merely a custodian. I'm as passionate about this project as the village it sits in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
No.
Lovely.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick inquiry, I guess is the best way to put it. Considering the area in which the site is located and so on, considering its conservation area, considering there's grade 2 listed buildings around and so on, does this site, this property in particular, have any heritage value or restrictions in that sense, in terms of any changes or anything that can be made? That's my quick query.
Do you mean the subject site itself? So it's protected by virtue of being within a conservation area, but I don't know, Monica, if you want to bring up the that plan of the constraints, but it's not subject to its own specific constraints over and above being within the conservation area.
So the property in question is not exactly listed, or there's no intrinsic heritage value associated with it.
Its heritage value is through being part of the conservation area, but no, it's not subject to a local or statutory listing.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Just to make it clear, I call this in because there was a lot of concern by Lexmore Heath Village Trust, Aldenham Parish Council and residents. I've not been involved since then, but I had assumed that there would be sensible changes because this house is actually attached to a grade 2 listed building, and the house that is probably most affected, the bakery, is grade 2 listed. It just looks across the courtyard to this house, and it is the extension that is causing a lot of the problems, particularly at the first floor level. I agree that it has been an empty house. The previous occupant was very old and very nice man, loved his fishing, and then when he died it has been empty for some time. I just think that this has become an overdevelopment of the site and lacks sympathy or understanding with what goes with living next to a grade 2 listed buildings. Not one, but two, and one of them is attached to that site. So I am very uncomfortable about it, and I'd be fascinated to hear what some of the other people on this committee, some of their views. But I don't feel warmly about this application. I would like to know, because it doesn't seem to be detailed in the report, what the heritage officer at Place Services said, what their comments were, because they don't seem to be reported in the report, and I think that their point of view ought to be taken a lot of notice of. Thank you.
May I reply? So, just drawing you to the attention of Place Services Heritage, in their final comments they didn't raise any concern in regards to impacts on the setting of the listed building, to which officers concur. I think where there is a disagreement between us and the heritage consultant is in regard to the rear dormers and the front roof light. And as the officer has explained, there are a number of material considerations as to why we disagree with Place Service Heritage.
Councillor Georgiou, then Councillor Handy.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. I think when we're dealing with a building with in a heritage area, which obviously is of a certain age and which has features in the local area that are kind of that area, it's right that we consider that it's of that area and that the kind of design is in keeping with the local area and the local buildings, and that it's not going to stick out or be unusual of that local area, especially in a place where it's kind of famous because of a local film that had been filmed many years ago, and that kind of heritage of that area now is kind of being protected. What I wanted to know is, were there any considerations made in the design for any changes to the design which could help it be in keeping with the local area? And in your view, has the design kind of met the needs of keeping in the local area in terms of the surrounding buildings and the surrounding heritage area? Thank you.
I'm just gonna, yeah. So in terms of design, the rear dormers they sit comfortably within the main roof slope, and they are not overly dominant. And as I showed you in my other slide, as you can see, the projecting gables of varying sizes and designs are very, very common feature. And the dormers are absolutely not out of keeping within the local context. And in terms of rear extensions, sorry, I'm just swifting through my slides like that. The design is very sensitive in terms of the conservation style extensions. They have this very lightweight, contrasting look, only up to 2 meters tall by the shear boundary to mitigate any impact to the adjacent property, and a sloping roof, so it's a very modest extension. And in terms of the first floor extension as well, you can see it's just an extension of the existing element, so it's exactly mimics what exists, and the matching windows as well. So I think it's a very sensitive design, and it's been very well considered in terms of conservation style, design, and the local context and materials as well. And it's very in keeping with the existing building as well as the local context. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Couple of questions from me and a couple of thoughts, really. I'm very sympathetic with Mr. Taylor's wants and views on this application. It's a very high quality design, but very sympathetic to the situation that it's in. I mean, yes, we want to protect our heritage and we want to look after the beauty that is Letchmore Heath, but Letchmore Heath is a village. It's lived in. It is not a museum piece. It is not a visitor's attraction. And these houses, as long as they're sympathetically done, do have to evolve to allow people to live in them in a modern type of way, which wasn't particularly feasible. We have a building here that's been sitting empty for over two and a half years. It's only going to fall into decay. This, I feel, is a very sympathetic design. It improves that issue of looking directly into the building opposite with the creation and the removal of the windows on that one side. And I will be fully supporting this evening. Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. When I first have a look at this, I've got it down on Google Earth. And when I think of the word extension and things like that, I think of machinery work. And I'm looking to try and see where the access would be to have this work done, if it's going through the house or if there is another access to the back that I can't see on Google Earth. How are they going to do the extent?
So I'm just going to go on a maybe
There is
this.
no access.
So there is a direct access, I believe, through here. So the, oh, sorry, yeah, yeah. So the property has a direct access. Of course, you go through the arch, and then you can access the property directly through here, and that's their right of way.
So if they need to bring any machinery in to do the extension work, it's going to have to come through the arch in the old bakery.
I think what we could do is to apply construction management, potentially construction management plan, which would be required for them to submit a strategy in terms of the impact on highway safety, and all the strategy how they're going to manage the construction period.
So, yep.
Sorry, can I just add something else? So I completely understand that the comment has been made that this property has been left vacant, and I do believe that a renovation would be more, in my opinion, appropriate than development on a property like this, especially if it is connected to a Grade 2 listed building. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Quilty.
I take this as sort of relatively simple. It's, what I'm thinking about, it's the symmetry between the two units. That's what we're talking about here. And if we read the report, we see that Alderton Parish Council comes down on one side, saying that it constitutes overdevelopment, breaches policy SADAM 30 due to the size, mass and bulk, right? But the officers take the opposite view, right? And it's very difficult. This is an unbalanced application. Now, I suppose it depends where you sit. Do you run with the officers, or do you run with Alderton Parish Council and the local residents who live near there? So I'm of the opinion, I still haven't made my mind up. I'm trying to get round it, my head round it. But it looks to me as if the weight is coming down on the objectors rather than the officers' view. I think that it's very finely balanced, but is it the size, mass, scale of the development? Does it upset the symmetry of the two buildings? Now, I understand, yeah, I know it's a balancing act, and we all have different views on that. I understand that you need to somehow bring the building back into use again, but is this taking it slightly over the top in relation to the size, mass and bulk? So that's where I am, and that's what I'm going to think about now and try and understand and listen to other colleagues as well.
Councillor Sessman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really on the fence with this, but I am inclined more to agree with Councillor Gray in that when properties, it's wonderful that it was owned by someone who clearly lived in it for years and years and years, but things do need to evolve, and as sympathetically as possible. I think where I'm at, my gut feel tells me that I would be more comfortable to approve this on the fallback of the roof lights rather than the dormers, because then I think if that's an option open to us, it's the dormers that probably worry me the most. But I think nowadays, we don't have bathrooms generally downstairs, and, I sort of understand all the motivations, but yet I do really empathise with the neighbours as well. And a lot of that is about reluctance for change, and I think that this could be so much worse. And actually, I think it will ultimately enhance everyone's properties because it's a good addition to the area. Do we have the option to do it on the fallback or not? It's just based on this.
So, no, I mean, we have to consider the application before us as presented. But if I can provide some clarifications, In terms of the dormers, we're not arguing a fallback position because roof extensions are not permitted development within conservation areas, so they would need express consent for those works. Notwithstanding that, as sort of pointed out by the planning officer, to our mind, prominent gable-ended roof projections are very, very common within the vicinity. I did also just want to touch on the point that Councillor Quilty made about, I think, overdevelopment, and I would just like to refer you to our Greenbelt calculations where it shows the amount of additional massing that's being proposed in this instance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Brisky and then Councillor Richards.
Thank you. I was actually put my hand up to ask precisely about the Greenbelt calculations because, I keep flipping on this application, changing my mind between for and against, but we're being told that a 38.69% increase in footprint, 25% increase in floor space and 26.78% increase in volume is not a lot. So I'm quite curious to understand from officers what is considered a lot, because those numbers do seem quite high to me.
Sure, I can answer your question. So we also look at the subservience in terms of extensions. So there is no specific numbers within the policy guidelines. It's considered on a case-by-case basis. And 38.69 footprint and volume 26.78 are not considered a huge increase in comparison to similar applications. We also look at the size, how the extensions appear to the host dwelling, and in this case, the rear dormers they sit well within the roof slope. They are not dominant. They are not dominating the roof slope. First floor extension, it's a just continuation of the existing element, and it's really not much noticeable as well in terms of its depth, 1.25 meters. And the single story ground extensions, they are very lightweight. They are specifically designed for the conservation area. So we look at the visual impact and the subservience in terms of those extensions, and then also, all the footprint and volume calculations. And overall, this would not constitute overdevelopment in terms of Greenbelt, and those extensions would not be over and above the original building.
Just as a point of further clarification in regards to this, apologies, Councillor Gray, what amounts to a disproportionate extension? There have been a number of appeal decisions, and it does vary as to what is considered, but in this regard, I would advise that this is quite substantially below that threshold. We're normally looking at least 50% above. The other thing to bear in mind is that there are two elements. So the officers set out the volumetric or the spatial matters in regards to Greenbelt, but there's a visual matter as well. And as we know, the principal bulk of this extension, in fact, all of the bulk, essentially, is to the rear, where its visual impact would be more limited.
Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to agree with Councillor Quilty and Councillor Sisman on this. That's quite rare, but it is a more finely balanced decision than one would think, and I'm actually quite grateful for it to be called in because it's allowed quite a productive discussion. Looking at the balance, I'd say at the moment I don't think we can decline it on the basis of the rear dormers. There is an element, I don't know if we've mentioned this really within the committee discussions yet, there is an element of permitted development already in play, and the building itself is not statutorily statutorily listed. The benefits certainly, bringing it. We're looking for family homes. I'm inclined to ask if there's, I'm more inclined to vote in favour, but whether there's maybe the possible exploration of additional conditions that can make it more acceptable to neighbours, albeit I appreciate that officers and the applicant have worked quite hard already to find middle ground, but maybe that's a way forward.
In terms of conditions, heritage consultants recommended material samples to be submitted prior the commencing of the works. So the agent would need to provide us all the material samples, and then we would consult heritage as well, making sure that they are in keeping with the host dwelling. So that's one that protects conservation area and character and appearance. Rear dormers would be obscurely glazed, so that mitigates any overlooking to the courtyard. These are two main conditions that would help in terms of the conservation area and impact on the neighbouring amenity.
Thank you. And Councillor Richards makes a very valid point, in as much as there is an element of permitted development on this. And look, personally, I think the dormer windows look better than the roof lights, of which they have permission to put 2 in without planning permission. And it's not going to look out of kilter with the rest of the area that has so many kind of dormers and gabled roofs. It just looks cleaner and neater than the kind of roof windows. Councillor Myers next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I tend to agree with yourself, with Councillor Richards, Councillor Sussman. This house is sitting empty. It's been sitting empty for 2 years. I think it's time that it bit the bullet and was back on the market for modern day living. So I would like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation on this.
Thank you. No, I'm afraid not. You had... Miss Walker, you had your 3 minutes, with respect. We are now debating this application, so no, there will be no further comment. Mrs. Walker, please, I'm asking you, there is no clarification to make. We have a vote that has been proposed. Do we have a seconder for this? Are you seconding, Councillor Lambert? Sorry? No, we have somebody proposing a vote. Are we having a seconder? Councillor Georgia, you're seconding. Well, no, we've had quite a decent debate about it. I will allow Councillor Lambert, what were your points?
I think the point that is being not addressed with sufficient weight is the effect on Grade 2 listed buildings. There are 2 Grade 2 listed buildings that look out directly onto the extension at the back, and we talk about them being quite small, but actually they're not. And the second point is there is no access for this house from the old bakery courtyard. It is a wall. There is no access. There's no right of access. So I think you do have to be a bit more careful and probably a bit more accurate when reporting on these sorts of houses, particularly where Grade 2 listed houses are being involved.
Not sure Grade 2 listed buildings have a right to review, but...
So may I reply? So I think, as I previously advised, the Heritage Officer has not raised concern in regards to the impact on the setting of the listed building. It is conservation area only. In regards to the access, can I just check with you? Yes. Okay. So I think the officer got slightly confused. The access is actually from the other side, but what I would like to remind members of is this query relates to whether a construction management plan is required or not via a condition. Now, normally with development of this scale, we wouldn't recommend such a condition because normally they wouldn't be concerned, but if there is a matter of concern in terms of impacts on neighbours, disruption and the like, members have within their powers to make a proposal subject to that condition.
Councillor Myers, I have a vote with you, so are you happy to accept that, an additional condition in terms of a build management plan?
Yeah, very happy to accept that.
Councillor George, you seconded it, so we will go to the vote now.
Yes, I'd be happy to second on that basis.
It was proposed, and I said I would allow Councillor Lambert to have his final say on the question. And we're now going to the vote, Councillor Lambert.
So just for clarity, Councillor Myers, you proposing the recommendation in the report, and Councillor Georgia, you're seconding it. Thank you. Subject to the amendments to the condition.
Yes. Thank you.
And the updates in the report. Okay, if I could take the vote. So Councillor Allen?
Abstain, because I don't know the answer to my question.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Brisky?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
Against.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Myers?
4.
Councillor Quilty? Did you say on the... Councillor Richards?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
Against.
7, that's carried. Oh, sorry.
I'm 4.
Sorry. Thank you. That's 8, 4 and 3 against and 1 abstention. Thank you. That has been carried.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, planning appeals and current positions. Can everybody confirm that they've received their list of current planning appeals, and are members happy to note that? Agenda item 7, and any other business which the Chair considers urgent. There is no urgent business. Agenda item number 8, dates of future meetings. The next meeting of the Planning Committee will be held on Monday, the 1st of December 2025. This is an additional meeting, and I recognise the membership will be confirmed at Council next week on the 19th of November. Can I remind all members that there is a planning technical meeting that will be on Monday this next week, the 17th, and that you should attend if you believe that you will be on the committee either permanently or as a substitute, as they're important briefings. Thank you very much, members, for this evening, and I close the meeting at 10:03.